Fans, gamers, and esports enthusiasts, welcome to Esports Stadium Arlington for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, presented by McDonald's of North Texas and brought to you by CSMG. Before we begin, please welcome Sergeant Richard Walburn from the 1st Cavalry Division Band at Fort Cavazos, Texas. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, and you may now be seated. Now, please welcome your host, Polly Hype.
Woo! It is time! Welcome, everyone, to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Before we get started today, though, I have a big special treat, I should say, to bring out. I'd like to introduce my co-host, Space Ghost!
How's everybody doing today? We feeling good? We have a lot of excitement here for you today. We've got Rocket League, We've got Valorant, we've got Overwatch 2, and of course, the classic Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
No doubt about it, 64 of the best college esports teams in the country are here competing today at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Kari, I'm so excited to be here with you for it.
Me too. We actually have our first service academy as well in the West Point Esports. It's going to be an absolute banger here.
I can't wait. I'm so excited for this. I'm so hyped to be here. Let's give a big shout out really quickly to all the sponsors that have made this event possible. And I'm talking about McDonald's North Texas,
Woo!
Xbox PC Game Pass, Smoothie King,
All right.
and Apple Music. Woo, woo, woo. Yeah.
Oh man, and we have 64 of the most incredible competitors here, and they have suffered to get here, from online tournaments to different qualifiers. I heard the last chance qualifier was absolutely brutal for these competitors to get here.
Yeah, it was, Space Ghost. I think we had 175 teams from across the country compete in our last chance qualifier for those final bids here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. And you know what? Honestly, today we have the highest level esports action in the country, and we are going to be crowning winners in that Valorant, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Rocket League, and Overwatch 2.
Yeah, CECC only picks winners. And one of the things to look forward here too is we also have a women's only Padia Cup, which will be coming up later this afternoon. Full competition, it'll be really fierce, and we have the champions from last year as well. Really excited about that one, Polly.
Yeah, and while that's going on, we also have a bunch of booths and side activities going on here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Make sure that you check out the beautiful booth over there on the left, the high school esports tournaments. We have Omega Strikers tournaments going on today as well, Space Ghost. Some amazing stuff there. And we also have, of course, the McDonald's booth. We have the Xbox PC Game Pass booth here in the middle, and the VIP lounge as well. Nice lounge over there in the Esports U CSMG booth.
Yes, and we would love to thank the Esports Arena here in Arlington, the biggest esports venue in all of North America. Thank you so much for hosting what is the largest college esports event in North America, maybe the world.
Possibly the world. We have 4 games on deck today, nothing but high-level esports, so whether you're here as a player, whether you're here as a spectator, please enjoy some of the best college esports in the country.
You said it right, Polly. Be sure to follow Esports Gaming U as well, Twitter, Instagram, everything. We would love your support for this event. Thank you so much for coming.
And as a final handout, send out here, make sure to follow Esports U, like you said, and the CECC National Finals, brought to you again by McDonald's North Texas, Xbox PC Game Pass, Smoothie King, and Apple Music. So without further ado, I would like to start the official Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Please enjoy our opening ceremony.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in Group C of competition for Valorant, please welcome the starting lineups. As the 6th seed, please welcome to the stage Converse University, Arctic, Icy, Wildfire, Blitz, and Conches. And now, their opponents, the 11th seed, and the first ever all-female team to compete at the CECC, Carleton University FE. Equinoctium, Tranquil, OK Tina, Hans, and Apple. Now, welcome back to the stage to facilitate the pre-match showdown, your host, Paulie Height. Woo!
All right, let's go. It's time here, our first matchup of the event. Any final words before we get things started to your competitors?
Hey, good luck, have fun.
All right, good luck, have fun. Man of class, I like that. All right, over here. Any last words to your competitors? Anything you want to say? No, let's go. Give me something.
Let's go, Effie!
All right, Carleton FE on the building. I like that. Energy high this morning. Let's get the first match of the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup underway.
Everybody at home or otherwise, I'm Catnator, that's Ash Gas. We are so excited to kick off the Collegiate Esports Commissioner Cup right here in Arlington, Texas. Ash, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm really excited to see what's going to go down here because we've got Carleton FE coming in here from their bid with Padia, and they're the underdogs. This is our mentioned, and I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup to see how they actually fare up against these other open collegiate teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know better than anybody, covering that matchmaking season so exquisitely. This team, coming from Canada, the first all-female roster, heard that on the PA a moment ago as they got announced. incredibly excited to be here and got a chance to talk to Octina, the IGL, just a little bit via Twitter DM last night. And she said, for them, this is really a celebration of what they've accomplished so far, right? The fact that they're here, the fact that they're able to represent this community and represent the country as well, right? So Canada coming to an event like this is really big for them. And the fact they can get this LAN experience, going to be absolutely insane. It's the first real big LAN for this roster and a chance to really showcase what they're able to do. And with that, we talk about a roster like Converse, right? The higher seed in this matchup.
Yep.
Talk about how much LAN experience this team already has under their belt.
It's going to be a tough battle. It's going to be uphill going into this first matchup for Group C. But this team in Carleton FE also took up the #1 seed within the female scene in collegiate, right? That being UH Scarlet was the team looking toward actually winning the entire PDA thing. That was the prediction. And Carleton FE kind of just rose to the occasion and worked really, really hard, getting some support from their varsity team as well on Carleton.
Yeah, Jaguar coming in from that varsity team, as you mentioned, a team that is in the final 32 CVAL bracket, an event that kicks off today as well. Ironically, a couple teams here know all about that. A couple practice rooms in the back for them when it comes to later today when those matches kick off. But yeah, a player coming over, willing to coach this team. They talked about the fact that they beat UH Scarlet because they had so much VOD review, so much practice going into it, a team that was willing to put in the work. And then add that into the fact that Jackler was willing to come through and to give this team that extra bit of leverage, right? So Carleton, a team that's in the final 33 bracket, a team that's seen a lot of the rosters that are actually at this event today. So having all that extra information and already the determination in the prep and the willingness to do the work could lead them very far in this bracket.
It definitely could, but we've also got to watch out on those roster changes with Carleton or Converse Purple, because you've got Blitz and Arctic coming in as players who are on the roster when they won their bid over in Peach Belt, but that's not the core team that we're looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the roster that qualified last semester out of the Peach Belt Conference. With that being said, is playing with last semester's roster, right? So Buda and Puffin have been stepping in this semester, but they're not playing here this weekend. So instead, we're looking at a team that hasn't competed since December 11th of last year as a roster together. So while Converse is a school that's been to plenty of lands, whether it be the Stay Unplugged Campus Series in Wake Forest University, whether it be HyperX Spike Drop in Las Vegas, this team's still going to be a little bit at odds here in this one. But as it goes to the map pick and ban, look at Carleton playing a map they played incredibly well throughout Padia. They'll start on Lotus. We'll go to an all too familiar map of Ascent. And if we get there, which I sure hope we do, will be a heck of a way to kick off what will be a fantastic weekend. It'll be Fracture to close the deal.
Really interesting map pool that we're actually seeing coming out. Lotus is very rarely a first map pick, but I like the idea that Carleton's FE's going with it in this situation, because with Lotus, you've got the fact that this could be very much a sleeper pick in that sense, where it's not necessarily a map that a lot of teams are super confident on. You've got very few within the collegiate scene who actually have the ability to show up on that map, who have actually dedicated that scrim time very specifically to just tightening up their team there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when it comes to things, right, Bind just recently getting back into the map pool over Icebox, it makes sense to be the first ban. We talked to Carleton, a team that said travel was nerve-wracking for them, a team coming from Canada, first time for a lot of them being in America. The stress was in just trying to make it to the event in the first place. So it makes a lot of sense that maybe Bind isn't fully prepped just yet, being that newer map. So get it out of the way first. Split a map that takes an incredible amount of synergy. We're talking about Converse, a roster that is bringing 2 players back into the mix from last semester. Makes sense for them to play what's going to be a little bit more comfortable. I think Lotus will be a bit interesting. I think Carleton have a massive edge going into this one, being a roster that has played through that entire matchmaking season together. Ascent will go either way, and then Fracture, I think, the same story.
Definitely agree with you there. It's going to be interesting to see how Lotus pans out. I feel like that's essentially a must-win for Carleton FE to try to take this series over Converse Purple. But with the Converse Purple team, I feel like they just have so much experience that they're definitely the ones to look to win this. Honestly, expecting a bit of a 2-0, but I'm confident that these Carleton girls could actually make the series close, because this is about the experience for them. This is about showing up and proving that women and non-binary players can compete at this level.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So pressure on their shoulders to represent, but I think they've done so very well already, being here in the first place. A team that's also double dipping today. They're going to play their 2 GSL games, but they're also going to play Padia Cup Finals, the show matches, in the middle of the day. So a squad that has their hands full, that also means double the prep, right? Because they have to see either that UA Scarlet team or the opposing roster, depending on who ends up making it through into that final. And then let's talk a little bit about the format while we have a couple seconds here. So looking at GSL group stage coming through, right, means 2 players going out of each group. Coming into Group C, that's Oklahoma Christian, Converse, Carleton Female, and Army West Point. Collegiate Valhub, kind of our bread and butter when it comes to what to expect in Collegiate Valorant, right? Predicting Oklahoma Christian, the Converse, the 2 top seeds coming out, but hey, you never know. It's why we play the games.
That is so true, and it's just a lot of the teams here haven't had the chance to play each other in a while as well. Being split up by regional events, a lot of these teams, whether you're north, west, east, south, are going to be going to head for maybe even the first time going for this semester.
Yeah, absolutely. So we start the day here onto Lotus in Group C. Best of 3s all the way through. Giving it an all when it comes to our series. 3 maps to do it. No best of 1 shenanigans, and of course double elim. So a second chance when it comes to it. No real pressure in this series, but getting a first win means everything.
It definitely does. You've got to start hot. You can't have a slow start here in the group stage. What is nice about GSL, though, is being that double elimination, like group stage bracket, is you have the opportunity to come back into that lower finals.
Yep. Absolutely. Got a chance to make it into the lower bracket, to still have a run, and to still come out of things. Map 1 on its way. Lotus up first. Let's head to Agent Select and kick this thing off.
Whew, okay, Agent Select. We've already got started with a couple lock-ins on the side of Carleton FE. Pretty standard as far as a Lotus composition goes. I know that the meta is still being a bit figured out here onto this map, but looking like a mirror matchup to kick things off. I'm surprised that we're actually not seeing a breach maybe on either team for that A main control.
Yeah, this is a bit of debate for a minute. The fact that how versatile is Sky really on Lotus? Like, with these deep angles, can you get flashes in? I think Trailblazer has immense value in clearing those close angles, especially with the fact that that stun's going to come through if you do find players close into sight, at least on the offensive or the retake end. Hey, whatever works, whatever you're comfortable, especially at an event like this. So we don't see anything too crazy when it comes to harbors, anything like that. We'll get a Viper Omen on both sides, so double Conti is going to come out, but things pretty mirror match for the most part. Only real difference going to be those duelists.
Yeah, the duelists, I mean, Ganch is on the raise. You cannot deny him on this agent, but with Ganches, there's also sometimes the risk of overheating.
Okay.
I remember, especially last year, there was a bit of trouble with that, but I know that CVU has been working really hard since then, really tightening things up, being a bit more disciplined in that kind of sense. But once Ganches has all cylinders firing, there's really no stopping him.
Absolutely, and as we come out of that Xbox Game Pass Agent Select, check out Xbox Game Pass. It will unlock all of the Valorant agents. So this agent, you want to try new agents when they come out. Gecko, the newest agent, you can pick up those agents just with Xbox Game Pass without having to unlock them via the contract or via those Riot points. But let's kick it off. Map number 1 on the way of what will be quite the weekend of action. And it will be a lookup route up first in round number 1. Is that Trailblazer?
A lot of information given over, but I do wonder if Carlton FE has noticed that the KJ setup is over towards that A side. We are going to see continued pressure into this A link towards B, but right now, Carlton playing really split up. Can't even really trade each other in these positions if that first point of contact does come through, and that's Wildfire with the first.
The second immediately followed by Gonchis when it comes to this mound defensive position. Throw paint shield and gonna catch the door player. Tranquil will fall, and that's 3 opening picks now for the Converse side.
2v5 here, and in a pistol round, you still gotta see what you can get. It's gonna be a re-clear here in towards Rubble, but with that guiding light thrown out, that's already a green light here for Converse to make the rotation over. You gotta worry about this KJ util.
Coming in first. Nanoswarm dealt with. They've got some room here, about 20 seconds for a plant. Transfer skills going to come down. We'll find Wildfire in the back of the site. They've got some room, but being pinched on so incredibly fast. Look down, overlook. Blitz going to pick up one. A trade back for the opposing. Oh, man, looking for the right click. And it's a knife from Icy to seal off the pistol round.
They're just gonna close that out in style, but okay, going into this next eco, you're gonna have to see Carlton trying to do as much damage as possible here over towards CDU. See if they can take some of these weapons out of their hands going into the bonus round, maybe playing more for numbers because they were very split up in that default, not even really playing in pairs for the most part.
Turret out.
Yeah, and those initial 1v1s definitely not going their way. Two initial picks going for Converse, and that pretty much sealed the round before it can really get started. Supposing guiding lights here early. It'll be a fight for Mount. Gaunch is absolutely tearing it up right now. 3 with the Guardian. Blitz will pick up 1 as well. That's just left the Killjoy now. Late lurk of Tranquil. The last standing and attacker Swan. A swing on its way. Wildfire will close it up. Every gun going to the bonus.
Flawless round to come through here for CDU Purple, and that's a deadly one-way, right? Yeah. It's right there. Barrier drops, and you don't really have an opportunity to scale back. Almost if you full commit right at the beginning of the round, get thrown down, and an early peak to come through. But Rifles now into the hands of Carlton FE, and they're going for the light shield by strategy. Try to stretch that money a little bit further into the later rounds.
Yeah, something we see more and more of, I feel, as the days go by. Gonchis looking to get involved in this round yet again. The Guardian will find its mark. First pill picked up, and Arctic will grab all the rest. A 3K for the Sky, and yet again, just Tranquil remaining.
Yeah, really fast starts here for CDU. Just taking that aggression, using the Sky utility to assist and taking that rebel control for Gonchis. But there's really not too much Tranquil can do in this situation. They got a whole minute on the clock, not even an opportunity to save this weapon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, save looks pretty dire. Notor can be converted here at the very least. Doors open now. Okay. Hold on a minute. So 1v1 picked up from Tranquil. We'll take the opposing Killjoy, and the chance to make this one possible. 2 players in attacker spawn right now, 1 towards B. Room to work with if you can find it. Arctic, unfortunately, will find the pick first. So the first 3, the final for 4, and it's the 3-0 scoreline.
I really like how Converse took advantage of the space given up there. Those initial picks towards Rubble, and then just maintaining that aiming control really helps in just having the read. And then they were just able to swarm around, unfortunately. But a 3-0 start here for the side of Converse. Finally a full loadout into their hands as well. Gonchis already only 1 away from that showstopper.
Yeah, and Gonch is a player that has not been slow at the start of these rounds. So put a rocket in their hand, a group up from Carlton, who knows what'll happen. Gonch yet again will start the scale up towards Rubble. This toxic screen coming down for conditioning will give them all that early root control yet again. So they've got space almost immediately to work with in this round. Firefight early into it, no picks out just yet, and
we're back.
yeah, so nothing coming off that early fight. but it is enough to force this Carleton team away from A. So that early pressure, really talking a lot early in these couple of rounds, right? And then we're working into all this Killjoy utility on the other side of the map.
But look at this pressure already. Straight walked up through that A main side. And Carleton, due to how they're kind of being picked apart in the first 3 rounds, trying to stick together now. Wildfire for 2 and still looking here towards the SC side.
Ice now gonna take Wildfire's spot. We'll find 2 more. Apple a trade. A 1-on-3 now the story. Work up the bend to sight. Oh, didn't quite see the barrel, so isn't going to get the info on the Omen waterfall. All 3 players now to the C site. A free spawn for the taking when it comes to the defender side of the map. 25 seconds still to work with. This wrap works unless they get caught Link, and that they do. Blitz will be there first. It's 4-0 to start out the tournament.
Really, really fast start here for the side of CVU, and a tough road to honestly already start climbing. Sure, there's a lot more rounds in this half, but you're now stuck in the situation of that back and forth with your economy. You're going to be between those saves and buys. I do think that going at the light shield strategy in that kind of sense does definitely help bolster your money into the mid to the late half, but at the same time, you're still stuck and trying to break that cycle. And again, constant A main control here for Converse.
I mean, you really got to give credit to the way this defense plays so offensively to start each round, right? This time, Toxic Screen will go away from Rubble, will head instead to Mound, but it's splitting off the half of Mound so that the Viper can easily control directly in front of what is the Killjoy utility. And then there's all this extra pressure with the one-way, the guiding light, Gonchus up Rubble, that you can't take any space at the start of the rounds if you're the Carleton Ravens.
You definitely can't. It makes it really difficult to try and find that space to try and make a play. It's a minute left on the clock here. Carleton, first look, a lot of damage done over towards Icy. They're gonna have to back off, play their life.
Wildfire gonna take early switch. We'll throw the snake bite. Everybody fragile. 3 kills converted for Wildfire. Apple will trade 1 back. But is it too little too late in the round? A 2-on-4 scenario with 40 to go.
Yeah, and also potentially looking towards the C side here. You got the KJ switching things up, and that's a bit of a concern because now Nanos to completely delay. You've got 2 on site as well. It's not looking good here for Carleton.
Nanos one broken. 20 seconds here. 2 players onto the site. Only 1 way to go as the second Nanos popped. 15 the story now. Paranoia in tow. Hasn't been thrown just yet by Aqua. Ice will take the first and a swing for the second as well. 5-0, and now your score.
Tough to try and come back now for Carleton for sure. Definitely still opportunity to do so, but I'd really like to see them maybe not necessarily going for those five-person pushes. I know we saw a very, very split default and then regrouping, trying to play together, but at the same time, that also just plays into the way that CVU is playing their defense too, with the space that they are taking. But it's tough because trying to contest Gonchus also in towards Rubble hasn't worked out, despite utility even being thrown at as well.
Yeah, and while we get this first time out here, I think it's dire I point out the scoreboard for Converse and a clean 7-6, 5-4-3. The countdown on its way. Always gorgeous to see. But yeah, the defensive hold has been so incredibly strong for Converse, and that's scary when you consider whose map it is.
Yeah. This was the map that we said that if Carleton FC team wanted to have a chance up against Converse, they would have to win this map out. It's a must. And right now, it's just not looking too great. Again, potential for that redemption arc, at least into the lower bracket. Still just group stages, right? First matchup of the day. Everyone's still warming up, but you cannot deny how hot Converse look right now.
Yeah, look incredibly at home. Making the trip to Texas and looking like they own the place as it currently stands. A slower scale from Carleton into this gun round. Makes a lot of sense. Been a lot of early space picked up by Converse. It's kind of a poke and prod to feel how far are they playing this defensive hold now. They've been incredibly capable of walking forward. Wildfire gonna have this first contact. Saw Tina on the cross. That lead to a dark cover coming their way. As now that pick's gonna be had. Gotcha's going to find the wall onto Apple. And yet again, it's a much slower scale this round for Converse, but just as effective. Going to find the first 2 picks. It's Carlton working what they can now into the A site, which is yet again the Killjoy funnel for the new setup.
The read is just so good coming out from Converse as well. The way that they are shuffling Icy around in this situation to try and find the opportunity to delay. And to be fair, Carlton, they have been kind of going back and forth over on the map. Lockdown invested into this round as well.
Trade coming through early. A lot of the kills at util broken down, but that lockdown, as mentioned, should give them the key into the side stun. Just that. It's a hold on a drop for just a moment. There's space here. Who knows? Need a little bit more room here. Trade gonna find the first big flank. Pick gonna get picked up. There's the first. Arctic a trade on site. A 1v2.
Not planning for you.
Down on Spike. Paranoid to try to get back into this one. Trailblazer not going to find any information. That guiding light will reconfirm, though. Peek for Arctic has the frag. Converse 6-0.
Closest round that Carlton has been able to find for themselves, though, so far. And 1v2 situation, honestly, it's just tough to try and divide them up in that. Find those 1v1s, because you know that for the side of CVU, they are going to be playing together. They are going to ensure that they are going for those double swings, not going to let you get away with those 1v1s. Going to this next round, back onto a bye here for the side of Carlton. But you also got to look at the ultimates already. Invested. It's 4 online here for the side of CVU. 1 away for Blitz as well. But Carlton, they do have some utility to work with, mainly looking towards those Seekers in the hands of Hans to try and bring out a bit of more information to go off of for these site executions.
Yeah, and a pit as well for post-plan. If they can just get to site, a very heavy hand to try to convert this round. Actina will punch first. That gives them room to work with. Gotcha Showstopper online. Will come down main. Nothing spotted, though, when it comes to B. And Actina will find a second. First 2 picks for the IGL. And now Carlton, a lot of room to work with. We'll take the talents day, see what they can find. It's Icy back of sight for now. Lockdown going to shut this push entirely.
Gonna have to shuffle away, though. That's the nice thing about Lotus. You got the breakable door in towards a link and all funneling in. The read is good, of course, from CVU, but Carlton, they're looking with the advantage this time around. Just a question of if you can keep it. This is terrifying. Over around the corner, all grouped up here on the side of Carlton. CVU clean up for 6-0.
It's always the hard part, right? The decision of, do we take extra space or do we hold what we have on the post? In that situation, Carlton popped the pit. I think there's an awkward miscomm there of, are we going to take the extra space overlook or are we going to chill on site in this pit? So pit came down pretty much after that initial push had been snuffed, and I think a couple more seconds you probably keep that ult online, but unfortunately look for that extra space, try to get that massive advantage going into your post plan, and it worked completely against them. Blitz picks up 2, and it's an easy retake.
I mean, I really like the idea coming out from Carlton FE, trying to find that space into that B window situation, but it was that paranoia that just denied. And now going into the next round here, again, looking for that rubble control, and every single time, it's the paint shells here for Gonchas that find so much success.
Actina was able to find 2 picks in round number 7. Round 8, it's Gonchas back to the heavy hand. Wildfire going to pick up 1 off of Mountain. Trink will have a trade. There's a 2-on-1 advantage here. Killjoy setup slightly changes that. It's allowed to be 2 players until that util expended, which it will be now. Trailblazer will confirm their location on the back of the site. And that door going to stall Carlton out here. Splits will find the first. Gonchas right in tow. Hans in a 1v3, an awkward scenario, and Ice will shut it down quickly. 8-0, and now the scoreline.
It's a little bit difficult. I think what I really want to see is, I mean, it's tough because I think mechanically also CVU are just coming out on top in this situation right now. And it's a little bit difficult to try and combat that. You know, Carlton, they are still trying to go for swings with each other, but the real big thing is I do think that Carlton can find success into Rubble. They have previously. It's just about waiting for that timing, knowing that Gonchas is going to expend that utility, delaying your push in, and then taking the space. And this time, that's exactly what Carlton are going to do.
Yep, exactly. Aqua have a nice look through the screen as well. That'll pick up Arctic early. I think on top of the fact that stalling for when that util comes out, the fact that it's consistently different util as well. We've seen the Killjoy ping-ponging between the C and the A site, so it's still difficult to predict where that util is going to be because the conditioning from the defensive end of things is consistently changing. But good stuff in round 6 to try to combat it, and now good stuff here in round 9 once again, as Tina had the first 2 picks, and now the first pick going to be converted by Aqua. Tranquil will pick up Gonchis. Looking pretty good right now, and they're going to catch that overheat early out of A main.
I love the passive play coming out from CU, knowing that CVU are going to try and take that space, but you've got to watch out for this corner. Is anyone going to clear it? Running Knives out right now. Tranquil at least gets the third.
Very nice. Tranquil able to shut down the flank, and now will go just a step forward to push her team into the A site. Plant's going to come down. A 1-on-4 post-plant. Hey, anything's possible.
Anything's possible, but CU, they're playing together here. You got 3 into the tree room and then 1 waiting just outside of rubble, watching the cross from stairs. The second that IC does cross over, CU, they're going to know.
Great screen. Forces Ice to really push through this without any sort of information. So they'll step forward now. Wildfire will have a decent cross and won't even need it. Apple going to pick it up as easy as it comes. Carlton on the board.
Sometimes that's all you need, but at the very least, getting the first round, giving a little bit more momentum over towards the side of Carlton. It's now a question of if they can keep it rolling as this half does come to a close in about 2 rounds here, this being the second to the last. And looking over at that ult economy here, once again, we do have the lockdown to look towards here for Tranquil. Didn't find too much success for CUFE the previous time, but you've also got to be concerned. Wildfire does have the Viper's Pit online for that post-plant retake.
Bit more aggressive scale this round for Converse. The screen will go towards Rubble as well. Just Gonchis going to be the one to push forward. And we'll see if they extend into lobby yet again. The big factor in the last round was those 2 Tranquil picks, and this time they will not. They'll start the early pressure, they'll pull off, and you see how that's moved the Carlton offensive as Ice going to pick up the first.
Ooh, but pressure negated now, still going to retake that space, not over-aggressing, but now Carlton lean over towards the C side. And the read, good. Once again, I feel like Icy's always at the site that they do want to end towards. Sure, a minute left though, still pretty non-committal. You've got that lockdown coming out here towards B. Pit's not going to be popped, but honestly, I feel like the B side is a really, really nice site for the defenders to use that on that retake, because you can get it out pretty cleanly to cover that spike, take that space, and force Carlton off.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if that's the case here, and it will be. Ain't nothing better than calling it and seeing it seconds later. So Pitt's going to come in for the retake here. We'll get the From the Shadows as well. That one's going to go behind, try to pinch this Carlton team in to the
I love this spot.
The brief space they have right now. Tina, great angle. And that Viper right in front, a chance to shut the Pit down. Will convert the kill, but the rest of Converse has found everything off camera. It's the 9th round converted post the defuse.
It's a little bit difficult there. Okay, Tina doing the most that she possibly could, but unfortunately the rest of Carlton just weren't able to find that space, had to fall back, and CVU just swarm around. Again, always with that consistent A main pressure, that A main control is a thorn in the side of Carlton, and now we're already going into the second before the last round of the half. 2 more to go. And you don't want to see CVU. If you're Carlton hitting double digits early, you want to stop that now. Try to get to 3.
Absolutely. I'll look for the 9-3 here. Any round counts, any round helps. Goes without saying. Aqua's stuck on the Sheriff into this round. They've bought what they could. An early pick will net them a rifle as long as they're able to recover. It'll be a look for 3 yet again on to see. I'll go look at that guiding light as well. One's going to come over the wall for Mound. If they do manage to breach this one way, and seen Converse play the scale just a little bit slower here. I've also like the fact that Aqua, knowing they just had that Sheriff, are a bit more expendable and are taking the extra space early A to see where this defense presence currently is.
But I feel like at this point, having that piece of information lurking up, what's really nice about IC's setups is that they throw the turret really far back. You can't hear it early on, so that just denies a bit of that information. So although this lurk up is going to work out really nicely, not going through tree, going to hit those nanos, there's just still so much util to delay.
Yep.
And is it actually going to be a plant? Look at the space that OK Tina is taking.
We've seen him look for early space before. Wildfire going to look to shut it down early. A lockdown going to come through. That'll cover the expanse of sight for Carlton to be able to step into. So Converse going to take the space off the lockdown. Gonch is going to pick up one. All ready to spike. Nano Swarm activated. Gonch is a second. Picked up on the entry. It's a 2-on-4 when that initial dust does settle. Caught behind the dark cover as Tranquil has a peek for the diffuser. Ice will come off. We'll find the frag. Gonches will find the last. It's 10-1.
Unfortunately, Snakebite not quite landing. I do like that we saw the Nano Swarm being popped early on that lockdown with the defenders pushing back in there on Converse Purple. But now we're going into the last round before we swap sides, right? Already double digits here for CVU, and this is an important potential swing around for Carlton, right? You stop it at 10. And if you can earn the pistol, you just start to try to close that gap on the next half. But if CVU hit 11, they could close things out off the pistol round.
Yep. A solid pistol guarantees an economic advantage, and yeah, certainly could be a quick close. So around that, you very much want to win here, but a pistol round, incredibly favorable for the Ravens to pick up. A slower start into this one offensively yet again. Converse has been a bit slower to scale as well. We'll throw an additional one-way over towards Ace. That second dark cover going to come through. I don't expect them to scale lobby.
No, it's just a bit of pressure, just finding that information, plus the alarm bot just gives that additional info over. You have a very passive turret to watch that A main push, but the alarm bot just denies that and provides a bit of space over towards CU where they don't have to dedicate a body towards it. But we're under a minute on the clock now, and Spike rotating towards this A side. And CVU have not given up Rubble. You got a showstopper in hand for Gonches right now, too. I would be terrified.
Yeah, this is a dangerous one. Paranoia's going to come through. And they've opted not to scale. So 30 seconds left in this one. Another dark cover expended. This pulled the Omen over as well. So we're at the least defended site right now, but all the kills with utility still going to remain standing on their way into this one.
The dash in here, though, Cat taking the space. It's all icy to defend with the first.
It's all icy, and they're cold for the first. Tina's gonna fall. 10 seconds here. Our plant has to go down. It's bangable if Ice can find it. Looking to spam the open space, so Aqua has managed to pick it up, and a Shroud has stepped away. Looking for the coverage now. One player, the disadvantage here for the Carlton post plant. Everything looking to come out of CT. Trailblazer will lead the door. Gonch's showstopper. He said it was scary.
No!
Gonna pick up two. Gonch is traded by Tranquil, who now has everything on their shoulders. A third can't find anything else. Arctic will send it away. We head to the half at 11-1.
What a play coming out from Tranquil, though. You cannot deny getting 3 in that situation. Essentially, a 1v5 is massive for the team, but just not quite enough, unfortunately. Swapping sides now here. You're going to see the defense for the side of Carlton FE. Converse Purple now on the attack, and everything lies on the pistol round.
That it does. All ones right now when it comes to score lines. And this one round is so incredibly important. Converse able to take the first, and naturally the second to go with it. They take the second pistol. You almost expect them to take that round after and close out map number 1. The pressure rides on the Fadia Cup bid qualifiers right now.
At the very least, still a best-of-3 series, right? So we're not done after this. But early Guiding Light finds that there is going to be an early peak coming out from CUFE. Scaling back now with the one-way thrown by Converse, forcing that angle off. And look at the lurk up, using the toxic screen over towards that A side. So much space found.
Wildfire Classic going to pick up Apple early. The Viper util now expended for the rest of this crucial round. Tranquil out, going to trade one back, but caught by the rest of the team for Converse. The Valks will make their way into the A site. Plant's on its way.
Plant to be landed here by Gonch's investment into the showstopper, and now heading into the post-plant situation here for Converse. Okay, Tina and the side of Hans are trying to find something over towards stairs. Really nice pick coming out from Icy. We're looking at a 2v3 situation, but Hans looking super low.
Kind of gonna come through, trying to open the door. Hans going to pick up the first. 2-on-2 now. Ice will make it a 2-on-1. And Hans will shoot back. 24 HP on Spike. Wildfire out. The classic will close the deal. It's match point here for Converse.
Converse looking really good right now. The adaptations have been great over on their defender side. And looking at the attack, I mean, CU, they're still keeping some rounds really close, though. I feel like that does tell you that these female teams are leveling up to be able to face up against these open teams. And that's what I love about this opportunity for Carleton, is the fact that they're able to show up, get this experience, and just continue to level up their skill set and grow overall. But you've got to force up with everything that you got here if you're Carleton. An aggressive play now coming out here into Mount.
Stinger can be deadly up close. Hans will show us why. We'll pick up one. It's 2 trades back the other direction, though, for Converse. A player advantage now, and a full map swing will head to the A site. Just a Killjoy turret in the wake.
Yeah, Toxic Screen to provide you all the cover you could possibly need. CU electing to stick together for the most part over towards that B side. Otherwise, still playing kind of solo, split up, hoping to see them regroup later on. Look at this hold, though, coming from Converse. They're expecting a peek maybe out from stairs, knowing that time's just run down, and at this point, CU probably going to gamble that it is going to be that A-side push with a lack of contact elsewhere on the map, but they're legitimately just holding for the peek, for the jiggle, anything that Carleton might give them.
Now the cue for the set piece. With 35 to go, we'll start the descent onto the side. Tranquil looking for a crucial Marshall frag. Couldn't pick it up. Wildfire will take it through the wall. And now it's a 2-on-4. A player stare, a player overlook, a player overlook. Aqua caught stare early by Ice. A 1-on-4 for Apple. Stinger in hand. Wildfire on the swing. Nails the one tap. It's Converse 13-1 to open up the event.
13-1 Lotus on Carleton FE's map pick too. And I mean, we knew that Converse was probably going to be the one to win it out. Their defender side looked really, really good, and you can't deny overall just the success they were able to find. Tranquil, the main player to be standing up here for Carleton, up against this Converse team, 13-13 here on the scoreboard. But the synergy, I feel like, coming out from Converse was just unbeatable in that last match.
Yeah, I mean, everyone showing up. Wildfire was 16, Icy was 16, Gonchas with 14, and Blitz and Arctic all above 10 as well. Everybody a positive KD, and 11 assists Yeoman leaves the game with.
Yeah, for Blitz especially. And that's kind of nice how you see these players still slotting in together really easily, considering the fact that they've had a break from playing with each other, that, you know, Blitz and Arctic aren't on the current running roster there for Converse, but their chemistry hasn't died out.
Yeah, to be players stepping back in from last semester, and the fact that they still are able to throw such consistent utility is quite impressive. The fact that they have to be so committed to the set piece has really showed some value. Blitz was last semester's IGL. Not sure if he's IGLing back into this event, but if he is, wow. Right? Because that team defensively, the way they were able to consistently read, the allocation of resources, and just the defensive presence was phenomenal from a player getting back into it.
I mean, even if not IGLing, I feel like being previously the IGL for this team too, Blitz just provides a lot of value in that sense, with likely having a strong voice for the team, good mid-rounding, assisting with the reads that we see coming down, and just overall setting up plays, especially with the paranoia.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we talk about that team defensively, the fact that they are consistently having control with that toxic screen initially, shutting off looks towards rubble, shutting off looks towards mound, and then the fact that when they do not have a strong offensive presence defensively, they're right back into sight with a Killjoy setup.
Yep. It was just impeccable reads overall. Even when you look at Icy specifically, the reads for the KJ, just throwing that across the map. For a bit, Carlton was kind of just, okay, let's test out each site. I think Converse definitely got the read in that situation. But overall, it felt like almost like 90% of the time, Icy was where they were trying to end. And that KJ util usually survived into the late round, which is why I do think Carlton struggled a little bit, especially earlier on in the half with trying to get that utilized out early.
Yeah, I think we see a lot of those rounds, right, where we're getting late Carlton FE executes, and those nail scores you mentioned are getting popped with 20, 25 seconds, really funneling that team, forcing them to have to work towards bend when it comes to the C-site. They're not able to get any room waterfall. You can't get the site box, so you really only have that one avenue of travel. It's just a kill funnel. Right? For the defensive end of things, you're walking directly in to 2 or 3 guns that are able to sit back of sight. And then it's an easy retake as well, right? Because you know exactly where that team's going to be based off the space you allow them defensively. So you really don't even need the info gather coming back into sight because you never lost the info in the first place.
But I don't want to deny the fact that I think Carlton had really great adjustments into this match. Obviously, we didn't get to see too much from the defender side, but on the attack, they were switching things up. They were slowing down their pace and trying to switch up their tempo, the kinds of lurks, the positioning, even the utility to take that space that Tranquil is using with that alarm bot, especially usually towards that B side, to deny any information there from the side of CVU. But CVU, they were just quick on their feet. It was like they had an answer to every adaptation that Carlton were trying to throw at them, including the fact that, you know, Gonches and I believe that was also Arctic, taking that space in towards rubble, usually getting too aggressive. But once Carlton started pulling back, playing a bit more passive, waiting for that push to come out, they also pulled back. They would go for it, and then they wouldn't feed into the hold that Carlton were having into their attacker side spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and throw things over to Los and the crew on the desk to break it down a bit further.
What a beginning that first map was. 13-1. Converse University coming out swinging. And I'm incredibly excited to see the development of this team, both of these teams, honestly, as we go throughout the rest of this series. But I want to talk first about Carlton, because Gompers and Artie, you've seen them in the Padia Cup. What were the expectations you were having for this team coming into this event?
Yeah, I mean, with expectations, I'm not going to lie to you, I really was expecting something bigger coming through from Carlton. I feel like right there, it was just one of those moments where they were having a hard time really figuring out what was going on with their own gameplay. So, I mean, there was that moment where they didn't feel as confident as they should have. It really did feel like Converse was pushing them back, pushing their confidence down towards a level that they didn't want it to end up towards. And it really led them in a position where they were struggling to get out of that hole. And I mean, not a lot of people have experience at LAN. You see Gonches, I've seen him at LAN before. He's a demon. You saw that raise live. Like, that is not something you see every day.
My experience from the Padia Cup, apologies, one moment. I'm expecting, going into this next matchup at least, to see the side of Carlton force the pace into what they want more. Originally, when we were watching Padia, actually, they had a couple sick players and were not even at the top of their game. So I know that a LAN experience can be really overwhelming sometimes, but despite that, I have faith in their ability to actually take over control a little bit more in this next matchup, and actually, instead of being led into the tempo of the other team, creating their own tempo control, changing up as they see necessary, and I think kind of the nerves that we saw on Lotus will be gone.
Yeah, and speaking of tempo, I definitely want to talk about the first 20 seconds of the map, which I feel, or 20 seconds of each round, which I felt decided the pace of the round. Chixa, I want to get a little bit of an understanding of what the heck were Converse doing in those first 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting some sort of rebound that was needed on the side of Converse from Carlton's duelist. But I watched Tina match after match after match, and as that duelist role, she just wasn't getting upfield and using her util. So Converse didn't really need to have that counterattack to Tina. They were instead pushing their own tempo with their duelist in Gonches, who has had that experience, who we've said time and time again does so well on the field. So them really utilizing that duelist role to get those kills early on, or even have that retake that we were saying that was so well, really I think gave Converse the advantage at the end of the day.
I want to talk about moments of advantage, though, where we had Carlton get onto site, get that post plant, but unfortunately things didn't seem to line up the way they wanted. How were they able to find that strong bit to secure a site? And unfortunately, what was Converse able to do to take it right back? Converse?
Yeah, honestly, it really was Gonches. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, the retakes were spectacular. A lot of the time, Carlton as well, they allow themselves to get first picked because they didn't have any of those outright aggressions. And knowing a team like Converse, you need to pressure them back or else they're going to pressure you back on that defense. You wait too long, they're sitting down waiting for their util to be used. They're not going to waste their time rotating when there isn't any information. So they stay put and they trust each other, which is one of the most deadliest things you can have when you want to play that default, when you want to play on the attacking side and wait for that first pick when it never happens in the first place. So a lot of the time it was somebody feeling confident, and that confidence that we didn't see out of Carlton coming through from Converse University. But again, I mean, this team from Converse, you see Gonches, you saw that raise, you saw that showstopper during the 1 round, not to mention Blitz, something I wanted to talk about during round 10. You saw Blitz using his from the shadows to push the flank, ended up getting shot down, but valuable information. 4 players waiting down B main, you know where you need to push, and you know the Vipers left alone down in their own smokes, you can have that.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, look across the board for Converse University. We were talking about Gonches as well as Wildfire coming up as individuals, but across the board, this team has been able to work together with each other, and it is imposing. It is a threatening feeling and a fear-inducing feeling, I would say, potentially for Carleton University. But Artie, I want to know, what do you think needs to be changed? You were talking about adjusting the tempo. What can we see on Ascent that will bring them a better scoreline, a better outcome for Carleton?
So personally, I think going into Ascent, we really want to see a lot more from Carleton, looking for the lane control, so to speak, in that mid zone where you can either force people to pick a site or force them into your line of sight and give information to your own teammates. With that being said, OK, Tina and Hans, when they are able to play together, they pop off incredibly, and I'm hoping to see them facilitate one another a little bit more. Apple plays a very good passive style of gameplay and plays more defensive, and it can follow up on any sort of push and attacks onto site and clean up and prevent flanks, but it's a matter of allowing their play styles to take place. But right now, we're going to take a look at round 6 when we had Ice and Blitz creating sort of a pincer play here. After doors went around, we have Gaunts go in, and just the paint shells picking up too. It was just a matter of utility positioning that ultimately I feel like in this instance allowed Converse to pop off a little bit more. Perhaps it's the map, perhaps it's the land, but hopefully we see a little bit more coming out from Carleton in the next round.
I mean, as we did say, end of the day, this is the first LAN experience that Carleton University is taking away, and you know, it can have nerves to start things off, but also at the same time, I believe, as Ash said, this is a beautiful learning experience for the team, and I believe even just one singular map is going to be able to help them learn about themselves, learn about Converse, and Ascent, I believe, will certainly go much, much different than we saw from Lotus.
I mean, considering it's one of the oldest maps in the game, you have a lot of time to experience it. It's kind of one of those perfected maps. I do think it will even out the playing field a little bit more than Lotus does, at least for every team here, in all honesty.
Yeah, I would have to say, if you play Valorant, your team plays Ascent. There's no reason you should be banning that one. But I want to get just final thoughts on what we could potentially see in terms of one tactic I saw from Converse that was just so absolutely beautiful is they were consistently inconsistent with where their players were at. How is that going to I guess, continue and be a bit of a pain point for Carleton going forward, Converse?
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a pain point. I feel like originally it didn't work. I mean, originally it did work against, a team like Carleton University. So, overall, it really is just trying to be inconsistent. A game like Valorant, consistency leads to a weak point because then people get used to it. People understand and people can adapt. So you always want to make sure you're moving yourself around. You're using different util. You're trying to approach a situation differently as well. And again, Valorant is a hard game. Like, if you're not feeling good one day, you're completely messing up the whole day. And I feel like here, for a team like Carleton, yeah, right now they weren't feeling good. So that really did kind of bring the game down a bit. But I think once you start to really get used to the LAN experience and once okay, we messed up this time, we're not going to mess up again. I really feel like that's going to come through. I think we're going to see something completely different out of Carleton, and I think we owe them our respects this game.
100% press F to pay respects. It's important to know that this is a wonderful experience, and we're about to continue it further as we are heading over to the caster desk. Catinator, Ash, take it away from map 2.
Thank you very much, Los. Map 2 on the way. It'll be Ascent, much more familiar map to those of you here and at home as well. America's favorite map, Ascent.
Hey, it's the bread and butter of Valorant, right? I'm going to be scared about the Odins. I'm not going to lie to you. But at the same time, on Ascent, you can't really find that space the same way you can on Lotus. Sure, you can go for that map control, but you can't really worm yourself around as much with the map being a lot smaller. You're going to find that contact earlier on, a little bit harder to hold those positions as well. And already knowing for the side of Carleton FE that Converse likes to do that, I'm hoping them to try and actually combat that early on if they are starting on that attacker side.
Yeah, so we'll look at a team that had incredible defensive scaling and now have the chance to do the same when it comes to mid control, have the chance to do the same when it comes to cat, and then, well, lobbies are lobbies, in which, of course, that checkpoint trying to get out is going to, or that choke point, excuse me, is going to be a struggle to get out regardless. So we'll see if there's possibly a comp counter for Carleton just to try to force their way through a little bit faster as they start on the attack yet again. So we'll throw things over to our Xbox PC Game Pass Agent Select. Let's see what these two rosters look like, what they've got cooking going into map number 2.
Ooh, okay, already all locked in here on Carleton, and this is something we haven't seen them on up against Converse. On Lotus, Carleton started on the attacking side first. We only got to see 2 rounds from them on defense. So this is going to be our first look towards them, and that's also a little bit scary for Carleton because they're used to the Converse defense. Now you're going to have to adapt to how Converse is going to play on that attacking side. Gonch is also actually switching up from that raise, heading over to the jet pick. Might see some opping coming out for that reason now, down towards those long angles.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be the look for the op. But man, it's going to be sad not having the paint shell grenade going into this one. The value that brought in map number 1 was something spectacular. Everything else in the comps line up quite nicely. Look at KOs for flashing agents. Look at Sova's for the recon, for the early information. Then, of course, that Sentinel presence, so phenomenal when it comes to the Killjoy.
But we're actually seeing a shift over. Previously, Tranquil was on the KJ pick over on Lotus. Now it's actually going to be Apple picking that up. So just some role swaps here. I know that the Carleton FE team is really flexible with their roles in that kind of sense. But even with the KJ stacked up here towards that A side, but Carleton, it's the complete opposite hit.
No wasted time for Gonchis. Just going to dash through the alarm bot. Dark cover is already set up. No one's on site for Carleton. So that's going to be a free trip into B. Plant already going to be underway here. It's retake patrol for round number 1.
Yeah, early plant to come in here for CVU. Carleton now onto that retake. It's a 5v5 situation, but early aggression for the first look, but it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Arctic Swing going to net yet another 1-for-1 trade as Icy finally will net a numbers advantage. Paranoia will come through, but the frags come through just a bit quicker. Converse yet again will take their 3rd pistol now of the series.
Starting things off hot. Looking at the buy here coming in from the side of CVU.
You've also got that Vandal that, okay, maybe actually swap it back to the Guardian. Gonna elect to actually go for that full shield, not looking to get too risky with that. And again, it's the gamble stack over towards the A side. This time the read is good though, but they don't have the weaponry to actually face up.
Nothing off that early 0 point. That could be good information or bad information based on the 2 players already door and the 1 back of sight. The Omen caught first, as Blitz and Arctic going to find more frags. Apple, the only player able to net 1 back. She's now been traded as well. That leaves us with nothing but Tranquil.
Yeah, 1v4 situation on the retake. You don't have too much to work with, and Gotch is just going to take that first look up on top of Scaffold and just take him down. Now, it's 2-0 to start things off here for Converse. Back into a bye round, though, for CU to have their full loadout going into this one. And some reinvestment going into Converse. Not too much at the end of the day. But again, continuous stacks towards the A side. This time, though, seeing Apple shift over into B, and Converse are looking to run it back.
0 point, we'll see if it nets a bit more info this time. Hasn't been thrown. 0 point's been tucked for Converse early. And that's created the interesting scenario into this one. Dark cover in first, drone gonna come through. All the nooks and crannies cleared early on the scale. For Converse, it's now they get their freeway into the A site. Carlton won't opt to contest.
Just chilling. Right now, Converse, they don't have any information over towards the B side of the map at the moment. Even with the lurk, but it doesn't matter when you already got a dash onto site from Baganches. Oh! But okay, Tina goes big. Baganches trades it out.
Tina full blind, still picks up 2. Baganches to trade back as mentioned, and that leads a 3-on-3 on site. Plant will come down, Jenny. See if they stall for time here on this retake. Door's already broken. Util's up. It's all about when Converse want to pull the trigger. Or Carlton, excuse me.
Yeah, Shockdar's try to delay right now. You got some nanos in towards tree, delay that push in from Equinoxium. And you got to try and clear out into Hell as well. Wildfire playing solo in this situation. Actually might be a double up in Hell. Yeah, just looking to play the cross. Retake trying to come through.
Aquino will pick up 1. For another trade, we'll grab everything on that post plant. Forget the team, don't need them. KO's got it all. It's a 3-0 score line now for Converse.
A little bit difficult there. Didn't really have too much utility there for Carlton to actually try to re-clear into Hell. You just got to jump down, hope that the frags do land, and Converse just coming out on top, 3-0 lead. Same kind of story that we saw from map number 1, continuing on with that momentum. And man, Gonches is just such an aggressive player, but it pans out so well because his mechanics are phenomenal. In fact, with the Guardian, you dash onto site, you trade out 2 teammates is insane.
Yeah, we talk about confidence from players and how it can lead to overconfidence, but I mean, if you are able to shoot to back up the talk, hey, do what you will. Tranquil going to catch them early into this round, however. So it'll be trades one-on-one yet again. Deco team of Carlton going to benefit from them.
I like this position for Tina,
This
though.
would be so awkward.
I'd be so surprised if they do clear out. It's also tough because you are playing with a frenzy, but Cloudburst to provide cover still after a first point of contact.
No peek towards mid.
No!
That'll give room to walk behind here. It'll be 2 players on this flank for Carlton. That alarm bot can very much spoil the plans is the only thing, and it's done just that. It'll be icy on to the back angle. Plant's gonna go down in the meantime on site. Peek on its way, first convert in. Dark cover means no trade for Aquino. Now Recon's here, Arctic will have the second. A beautiful play, a blossoming, but shut down early.
Broken door here. Recon to come out, but nobody's gonna get scanned up. Converse all tucked in at the moment. Already down to a 1v4 situation. Icy's just gonna clean up now. 3K on the board here. Converse running away with a 4th.
They've taken the pistol the round after, and they've just kept the momentum flowing. We'll get a new friend into the match. First operator picked up in the series.
Looking forward to seeing what OK Tina can bring to the table here. The thing is, Converse haven't really been going for much mid-control, though, so we're not going to really see too much value, at least in this first initial pick, unless we see Converse rotating back over into B-Link. Right now, it looks like we're probably going to see that Paranoia play come through to take that B-main space early on, coming up from Converse. Might just be a straight-up B hit.
Launches in first. Couldn't quite. Cloud versus the Recon Apple. Nice shot. Continue to defend from the CT stair. Now down towards site. Double swing on its way. Lane. And Apple continues to convert. A 2-for-1 trade for her. Icy through the dark cover. Has 2 CT. And yet again, it's a player advantage for Converse.
Yeah, 2v3 on this retake situation, though, really doable. You got to look at the utility online as well. This Paranoia to clear out the close angle could be super helpful. And this might just catch Icy off guard, but not caught.
Hans and Aquino have opened the door here. Let's a 1v2 known about thanks to the 0 point. Call on the back of the boathouse, forced to step forward. The Molly does its job. Hans will convert, and Carlton on the scoreboard.
Really nice coordinated play coming out from Carlton, finding a round earlier than we saw on Lotus as well, trying to stifle that momentum that Converse is building earlier on. Full loadout still to come through here. However, into this next hold, what could be a possible swing around to continue the upswing up, try to continue whittling down the economy of Converse, would be the ults that we have online and almost online. You've got a recipe for a retake or for a complete stall with the Hunter's Fury and the lockdown. And if Hans can get the null command online, that could be a total game changer here for the side of Carlton. And this is a very different look. First 4 rounds, Carlton adjusted appropriately in the 5th. Now CVU looking to slow things down a little bit. Play that default instead of playing the burst execute that we had previously seen.
That workup mid has already expended the alarm bot. Dark cover gonna come through to try to slow this push down. Musican just can't safely make it out of market, so contained in mid for the moment being. Still has pulled Tina down on the early rotation.
This wraparound, though, in towards market could be really big to try to catch out the player already pushed up. Gonch's is taken down early, sure. The trade does come through, but Gonch's is the opener here for CVU on site.
It's just the Omen left when it comes to the A side. Those early rotations from mid-market certainly pulled defensive presence. A dark cover. I mean, there's no easy look from Akano, and they'll know that, so aren't going to opt to peek anything through door here. I mean, Plant will go down, be 4-on-4 for the retake. Ults up for both sides.
Ults up. You got the Hunter's Fury coming down, but Plant's already been done, trying to clear out into Jenny at the very least. But you don't have anyone actually pushing up towards Scaffold, funneling in through Tree to actually take advantage, trying to just cause chaos onto the site, and the hold is huge.
That it is, just Tranquil left now, scaffolding, and gone justice, I say it. Blitz will have it, and Converse strong on the post plant. 4-on-4 going in, 4-on-0 coming out.
I really like Gonch's hat. I'm not gonna lie. You see that creeper hat going on right now? I can't lie, that's pretty fire. So is the gameplay that we're seeing, but again, timeout to be called here. I think what's really interesting is also for Carlton, you've got OK Tina as the IGL, right? And leading from the front very much so as that duelist, as being that entry or first point of contact presence. It's a lot to be on to have on your plate, and the fact that she's still able to perform while doing that duty as well, I think does attest to her skill level in that kind of sense. But you got to have a conversation at this point. Kat, what do you think they're talking about?
Do you want a real answer? Or do you want... I hate when you want a real answer.
What does that mean? That's what we're here to do.
That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. It's a conversation of how do we contain this team, right? On the defensive end, how do we deny them early space? They got to walk in towards mid. The look towards deny was to bring 2 players over. It started gaining them picks. Too many traded, though, which brought it back to 4-on-4. And at the end of the round, they still got space over to what ended up being just a single player contesting, which was over to the ace site. So did we rotate too early? Do we need to throw extra utility instead of bodies? I think that's the conversation.
It's fair. Round already started, though, here. Opening pick over towards the side of CVU. Once again, Gonch is just constantly going for these fights, trying to get the frags down. Right now, just playing a bit more chaotic, not
Great
as structured, and a really great punishment coming out from Apple.
Great backstep to set up that look. Wildfire was traded back, though. So still 2-player advantage. A lot more aggressive look early defensively for Carlton. Is Eco, though, so nothing really to mention of it. IC going to pick up Tranquil, and a 1-on-4. Converse looking for their 6th round now.
Nice recon up in towards Heaven, though. Aquanoctium, there's no way you're getting out of this. There's not even really an opportunity to try and find too much, because you've got CPU just hunting for you all over the place, like a pack of dogs sniffing for their prey. That's another round onto the board here for CVU. Buy to come back out here from Carlton. Again, investment going into the operator. We just haven't seen too much action from it. CVU's done honestly well to dodge it for the most part.
Yeah, they play so slow, and then in the moments where they do look to take space, it's almost always off of utility. In the instances where we do see them scale A, which they're looking for into this round, it's a wait for the 0 point. Once it's cleared, it's always coming through a drone under the duck cover to make sure we have information, a 0 point of their own, and then flashes towards site. There's never a good look for the operator, and in the moments that there are, it's a retake, and we know how unvaluable that gun can be when it comes to a retake.
Definitely makes it really difficult for you to clear out space, having to scope in. But then ult command, again, popped here by Wildfire. Seems to be the preference towards that A side, but gets shut down. Spike still not quite planted yet. That tree door broken very early on.
I see this flank. Gonna pick up one solid barrel of another. Knows about Apple, looking to contain this early. They've done just that. Blitz will get involved at a door. Finally, the KO kill converted. Oh, that flick so close, but not quite. Blitz will have the frag. Instead, it's the 7th round now for the Valkyries.
Unfortunate investment also came out there from Carlton FE with the null command going back into the retake. Now, back onto an eco here. The only thing to look at if you're CU is going to be the From the Shadows available there from Aquanoctium for maybe a potential solo play, just some information. But I want to look back towards CVU. Right now, scoreboard is up right now. Wildfire, 10 assists at the moment. And that just tells you about how he's just been able to set up for Gonches, for other players to take that space, find their way in. That's disgusting. That's actually gross.
Gonches over the top. We'll find Apple early. The B site crumbles with yet one frag. There'll be retake for Carlton yet again. Gonches looking for a bit more. Wildfire for the bailout. We'll find both the final frags in the defender spawn. 8-1. It's a flawless anti-eco.
It's somehow a flawless. Gonches almost sold that one at the end, at least for the title of the round end. But like I mentioned, when you've got Gonches on the team, there's the flexibility. CVU, we've seen how they're able to slow things down, but Gonches loves to run in, and CVU are really good at setting him up to do so, just allowing him to take that space super aggressively. But then, like I mentioned, over the past semester and whatnot, they've really worked on pulling things back in as well, knowing when to draw back to find success in rounds.
He's back.
No.
He'll pick up one. Apple a trade. Octane through the dark cover as well. The trade's in the favor of Carlton in this round. Blitz will ult to the back of the site. I believe the 0 point does suppress the Sova here in B main, so a bit of stall time. IC will be known about thanks to the alarm bot. A bit of a predicament for the offensive side.
Honestly, what I would like to see is maybe trying to scale back over towards that A side. But
I don't think they know about Blitz.
You don't think that? I mean, it doesn't
They
seem like
definitely
they don't.
Blitz gonna pick up one. A second coming through that dark cover as Arctic opens the door in B main. and IC will close it just as quickly. 9-1 your scoreline.
I honestly thought that in that moment that Carlton maybe heard Blitz going back into back site there in towards Boathouse. And that's why we're seeing the stack over into B. But now, 9-1 here. 2 more rounds left into this half. Again, based on this positioning, looks like CVU looking to slow things down. After going for a few fast rounds, they're just running that cycle back over and over.
A much heavier lean on the B side, can't blame him. He's been incredibly assaulted in the last 2 rounds by the likes of Gonchis. Much slower round though.
Tempo's just slowing down. I feel like that's just what CVU is doing really, really well. Blitz always taking this upper angle that we've seen in favor over the past couple months here on Ascent, just to deny that early A main push. But right now, CFE, they're not taking the bait for anything at the moment. Still leaning pretty heavily over towards that B side with the lack of presence. But the Owl drone is enough to pull at minimum 3, maybe 4 members of CU over.
Yeah, and that's really the value of slowing down that tempo.
Yeah.
The fact that when they do make contact, they are in the site seconds after, and it's forced this team to move away. The only thing is that effect does not last long. This defense going to start the reset as they haven't seen the rest of the execution. They still have some space to be made, and God's just looking to make that space. Paranoia does not catch. Flash will. Awkward for Apple, and Gonchis will clean that up easily. That site picked up. From the shadows, stuck! And that's gonna catch the Omen. Splits will find another. Ice to get involved as well, and at least 2 for Carlton, now just the 1, and it's a flawless round yet again for Converse.
10-1. Again, everything really important here. CUFE have to get this next round. It's going to be a bit of an awkward buy-up, but we don't want to see that 11-1 scoreline again. Seeing it end off on that pistol, seeing CUFE maybe take another round here into map number 2. But the synergy, the fact that the conditioning has just come through for CVU so well up against Carlton FE is making it really difficult for those reads and always investing more bodies than necessary because they have to get those trades down.
Yep. Blitz will line them up and gun them down. Hans and Octina both caught early deep gelato. And man, that round looking difficult to try to come back and convert now. Gonchis gonna step through. Oh! A clean flick from Tranquil. We'll catch the head of Gonchis. Things starting to be reeled back. A very low Omen for Converse as well. They slow scale their way into the A site. Plant will for sure come down. A lot of time for this post plant and a null command to solidify that time.
Hunter's Fury comes out once again. In towards underneath Hell, but again, it's nobody really capitalizing off of people actually trying to rush out of that space right now. It's just utility kind of being thrown and you're not really finding any success. Honestly, I think it would have been really nice to see that Hunter's Fury saved in to try and clear out into Wine, into A main, but look at this push in. Icy with the flank completely destroys lockdown. Now it's a 1v3.
Icy going to pick up it all, but the target acquisition so impressive there. The look for the first, and as opposed to going for the 2 frags, a look to shut down the ult, and then to come back in to the firefights guarantees all that presence, even if they aren't able to win those fights.
Icy's 15-1 right now. Absolutely insane coming out from the Killjoy on your team. And got a little bit of a replay to go through as we take that look, but it's just the discipline when it comes down to that. Icy, you know that they do have that experience in the tier 2 scene within Collegiate, but I also recognize the scene, I'm pretty sure, in Game Changers as well, so should be familiar as well with the players on Carlton, at least ones who have competed into those events.
Oh, Gonch is going to pick up the first 2 off the dark cover. The Paranoia lays out the red carpet. And Carlton left reeling. We're going to take this one quickly. Let's really force the tempo to slow quite a bit here. A drone and still on the angle. Hasn't moved a muscle. Confident in the firepower behind the Sheriff. Dart on them. Definitely known about. Left to the woodwork. Teammate not even peeking. Gotcha somehow still alive. Will reload in the open, and Apple finally will take a bite. Gotchas will fall. Wildfire trade. Off the pop flash, and a 2-on-4 now.
It's always nice. Wildfire always there to try to follow up in that situation. The 2v4, though, it's just going to be the push out. You got the recon to come through. Blitz just going to shoot through that dark cover. And now match point here on the side of Converse. Once again, 12-1.
100% pistol win rate for Converse in this series. They've won all 4. They've only been 4. So the math is mathing.
The math is mathing, and it's a force-up that you've got to see coming out from CUFE. Heavy lean here towards that B side, trying to take the closer quarters, knowing that they are mostly on a stinger buy. Trying to force those closer angles that you can't really garner over on toward A. But still, the weaker buy up by far. Gaunch is already into B-Link.
Gaunch is powered by a motor. We'll pick up Tina. Apple a nice trade. It's a deep stinger frag too. Paranoia just barely misses Gaunchus here. Is able to find another Apple to trade yet again, as Blitz now looks to get involved. Pop flash from Wildfire going to blind players. We'll pick up a look off the Sheriff as well. A 1v2 could be the difference here in this one. Shots traded. Icy will pick it up. It's 13-1 both maps. Converse start the day 2-0.
First round of the group stages here in GSL already wrapped up here for Converse Purple and Carlton FE over down into Group C. And what a match there. Converse looking really, really good. You can see, though, still on the stage right now, Carlton FE, vibes are still high. Maybe a little bit of frustration that they're expressing with each other where they're like, oh, we could have had this round kind of vibe. But these girls are really here for the experience to prove themselves in that kind of sense. And it's just nice to see the vibes are still high.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get to see them a little bit later today as well in the Paydia Cup finals. Whatever roster ends up taking off against them a little bit later. It's great to see these Converse guys looking as good as they did. A roster that's bringing 2 players in from their bout in the Peach Belt Conference where they did maintain their bid. The fact that they've looked so good on stage, bringing those 2 players back in, the synergy looks like it never left.
No, it definitely doesn't. And you were even looking at the stats over while we were on a little bit of a break there as far as how Ascent looks for Converse. And despite the fact that they're pretty close to about a 50% mark on their win rate right now, back with their old roster, they were looking really hot on Ascent, and they just ran that back.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that this team looks so good, the fact that they still look this good several months later, what is now 5 months later from when they did have that 3-4 win rate, is quite impressive for them. But don't hear it from me, hear it from them. Let's toss it down to Pauly Hype with the interview post-match.
Thank you so much. We are here with Arctic from Converse University. Congratulations, Converse. They just won their first match against a very high regard. The story of that match didn't tell the true story. Paydia Gaming flew out an amazing all-women's team. How does it feel to win and compete right here on this stage at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup?
I mean, this stage is amazing. Getting here, knowing that our first match was going to be on stage, we were ecstatic and loved being able to see the crowd and all the lights in your face.
Sure. Now, you're on scholarship at Converse University?
Yes, I am.
How does it feel like that you get to tell people at home watching the stream that you're a scholarship player competing in esports and representing your college? How does that feel?
It's great because it almost more legitimizes playing and competing anyways. And being able to go home and be like, yeah, I get to play 8 hours a day to practice and get better at my craft is great and fun. And I think, most of my family supports it because of that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, this is Arctic from Converse University. Give the people any final words before we head out.
Hey, look, we're here to win this tournament, and people might be counting us out, but we've got no practice, and we're going to show you we're still better without it.
Let's go. Converse University takes the first game of the day. When we come back, we'll have more Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. Analyst desk, back to you.
No practice, huh? No practice, and he's still here to take the title. I mean, that's a bold claim. That is certainly a bold claim, but they have the stats to back it up. 13-1, 13-1. Yeah. Did anything really change in between Ascent and Lotus, Gompers?
No, I really don't think it did. I did feel like there was a bit more of a fight down in the early games, but as, again, we started to transition over past that attacking side for Converse, then Carleton now kind of diverting to attacking. They barely had a chance to really show their second half. So I felt like it was a little unfortunate, I got to be honest with you, because they didn't get the chance to show one of their best sides that we saw, of course, leaning down towards Lotus, but I mean, that's how the game is. It really was, again, Gaunch. Like, I don't know what that kid ate today, but he ate something.
I mean, there's not much more you could say. Gaunch was in there every single round we were watching this Jet player. It felt like a highlight reel anytime the observer jumped onto them. And I mean, you just got to throw up respect to that, right? But also, there were some moments where we saw that Carleton was respecting the play and doing a little bit of an off-site defensive system, allowing for the retake. Artie, could you tell me a little bit about what you saw and maybe some thoughts in that?
Well, playing for retake sometimes is the best way to go about it when you're not as confident in your ability, your util usage or placement, and so you choose to instead rely on getting intel and backing off and waiting for your team to be there instead of focusing on getting trades. Because if you trade, yeah, you're going 1-for-1 with an enemy team, but then you're then relying on everyone else on your team to either get a double kill or they themselves get a trade, and you are basically putting yourself in a last-ditch safety net situation, whereas going into a 5-on-5, you have the most equal opportunity to gain intel. And with that being said, not using utility too soon allows for additional retake opportunities for that util, but I honestly think that the one thing that set Converse apart in this situation was their duality in their util. They weren't just one person using one thing. They were actually working together when they're using abilities to gain as much info and prevent info from being given out over to the side of Carleton.
Yeah, keeping things a secret until they certainly weren't. But, you know, Carleton isn't done. They're still going to be into the lower bracket, and they're also going to be competing in the Padia Cup later on today. And, Chicks, I was wondering, like, what do you think are some lessons that they could take away and maybe improve their performance so this is still a successful day for the team?
Yeah, like any series in any game, you take each one as it is. We said this is a double elim, so they need to look towards their next series, kind of brush this one off, not let it get to their mental, because they do have a lot to be here for. And at the end of the day, if they don't do that well in the Commissioner's Cup today, then you know what? Look towards Padia as well, because they have another opportunity to play. They have a lot to be here for. They should just take all those opportunities and learn from it as they go. And I think they'll improve at the end of the day positively.
Okay, well, back to the team that's going to continue on the upper bracket. They're going to be heading over to potentially compete against, I believe, U.S. Army Esports or West Point versus OC Esports. And someone you got to check out when it gets to that point is Gaunch. I mean, just look at this. Absolute Chad with the 301 ACS had the creeper headband, I believe, as well on stage.
He was dripped out. You got to give him some cred, man. He came here. He said, "I'm at LAN. I'm on a camera. I gotta let the ladies know that I'm a Minecraft."
Do you think that gives you a buff in game, Gompers?
I think it gives you a buff everywhere. I think you walk out of the house with that, you're instantly better than everyone else.
Well, certainly a point proven, point taken, Gaunch. With one of my favorite stats, obviously, got to be the 11 first bloods, but also at the same time, bringing in 17 assists. I don't even know how you could put up numbers and still bring assists into this server.
Well, I mean, I guess it does make sense as well, because, oh man, it really doesn't. He was playing the duelist. Like, how is he cracking out on this? Like, yeah, first it's just consistent top fragging, and then consistent entries. We saw the updraft come through the tailwind to come all the way towards backside there on B, and then free pick. Like, it's crazy to see that Gaunches is not only capable of just the consistent frags, you know, getting some really nice stats in, but then also at the same time being able to push themselves towards assisting the team all the while. So it's, I mean, if entries count as assists, I agree. So.
You know, I think, yeah, I guess an assist the round win, right? Every kill is an assist. You would see that. And, you know, there were some good moments. I want to talk back to Carlton, where they were trying to emulate that same forward play that we saw Converse bringing to the table. Tina dashing into mid-site, trying to take those fights, but it just felt like they weren't hitting the mark. Artie, why do you think that wasn't exactly the case?
I think it came down to just experience in those situations. We discussed earlier on Lotus how the side of Converse really likes to change up their positioning constantly so that you can't just always check one corner and anticipate the same person to be there. They're not going to be. However, there wasn't as much variation coming out from Carlton, and so it made anticipating where they're going, getting ready to line up the flick, a lot easier for the side of Converse on both attack and defense.
I mean, we definitely had an improvement. Sad to say, the scoreline didn't exactly reflect the adjustments that Carlton was able to put. But just looking at the scoreboard, I mean, Chixa, we could see that there is a change. What do you think about just the, I would say, adjustments, the improvements, the small ones, if they are that, in between these two maps?
In particular for Tina being that duelist role, we mentioned it earlier, I think she had improvement from game to game. She'll continue to need to improve. We also mentioned, I heard Ash say she's their in-game leader. That's a really tough position to be in that duelist role, and I wonder if that's what also is kind of setting that team back, not allowing her to open up and have that entry play that's needed out of her role. At the end of the day, if she's the one to do it, then she needs to step up there and do it, but also still manage her role on the field. And on the other side of Converse, I mean, keep doing what you're doing. You can't fix what isn't broken. Clearly right now, they're playing beautifully, and even Gonchis at the end of the day, not the highest kill rate, but still has that highest level of affecting the field from game to game.
Yeah, and you know, again, kind of following off your point there, when you talk about the duelist being the IGL, it really does cause a lot of problems. Like, you have your own thought process. You can't be thinking all the while of what's going on while you're also trying to create space, while you're also being there to be that main factor as to why your team's on the site in the first place. You need somebody who's in the back line, somebody who's not focusing too much on everything going on all at once so that you can get a nice established entry in, and then also all the while use your own utility to help the team. Because as a duelist, you're playing for yourself, and you're playing to make sure you stay alive during those entry points so that you can clear the site, and if you're not staying alive, so that you can at least get that information for your team to pursue something else. So yeah, I mean, like you said, that really is you know, a very, very good point.
Yeah, well, respect to Carlton for fighting and struggling with those difficulties and still being here on this stage performing. And of course, congratulations to Converse. They'll be moving through the upper bracket, but we're going to head to a quick break, and when we come back, it'll be the first segment of the Esports U Collegiate Esports Awards. But before we go, fast track your Valorant game with the PC Game Pass. Members unlock all current agents, get a 20% XP boost with the Battle Pass, Event Pass, and active agent contract progress. Plus, get day one access to every new agent right when they come out. I got Gecko for the free ski because of Game Pass. I'm not trying to unlock that contract. Anyways, we'll see you in just a bit to continue the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup right after this.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal. The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola. Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
seem so clear. It's a new day, ain't no need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we leave a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Paulie Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Paulie Hype Meal?
You know, the Paulie Hype Meal.
The official Paulie Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
I know you had to wait this long. This is what you've been waiting for. It's a new day, yeah. It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear. It's a new day, ain't no need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we leave a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup presented by McDonald's of North Texas. We are about to jump into the first Rocket League broadcast match of the event, and it is going to be quite an interesting one. A name you know, Fisher College versus a little bit of a, I would say a bit of a sleeper, Bruton Parker. Now, I am definitely excited to see how this turns out, especially because there's a little bit of a caveat with the Fisher roster. We have Miles on the desk right now, but first I want to jump over to Chixa. Can you tell me a little bit about why this Fisher roster is interesting?
Yeah, for sure. Fisher normally has a lot of those upper tier players, but currently they're playing in RLCS, which is the upper of upper competition in Rocket League. So they weren't able to travel. They're not able to compete. You have a completely 3 different player roster that is playing for Fisher. Their B lineup, I know they're of top tier caliber as well. They're a high ranking, but they never compete in a LAN environment. They never compete in normally the likes of collegiate carball often. Instead, they're kind of in the background subbing when needed or kind of playing that second string. So it's going to be a challenge for them. They did lose to West Virginia University, who had gotten here from our last chance qualifier in that second spot. That's the 7th seed winning against the 2nd seed. So it's going to be a struggle for Fisher to kind of find their footing now against a 10th seed in Bruton Parker, who has been around the collegiate scene a while, is used to playing these tougher opponents. Now we have a chance for the 7th and 10th seed to take Group B. And Fisher, they need to adapt quickly because they don't have time or else they won't be moving on forward.
That's high stakes for sure. And Miles, I want to talk to you because with this team not exactly having that big-time LAN experience, you know, what exactly is at stake when you don't have the previous history of playing on stage?
Well, you have a big opportunity. You have everything to prove, but that is a high burden. We need to be looking at goals for these players. What are they trying to achieve in each of these matchups? What are they trying to prove to show that they are worthy of being this backup right here? Because, well, again, they've already been upset once. We've established that. But where are they going now?
Well, for their entire camp, hopefully to the top. But Gompers, we talked about Fisher, and this is the 2nd seed. I just want to lay a little bit of groundwork about the history, about this entire institution. Could you tell me about just what Fisher is in collegiate esports?
Well, I think Fisher in general is honestly pretty strong, and a lot of people might disagree. Obviously, everyone is very, very opinionated, but I think Fisher here in this tournament, they're probably on my top seed. Like, I think the only thing that we should be looking at is their gameplay today, what they have to offer moving forward, and the fear that we should be feeling coming into this tournament and what they can honestly achieve overall.
You know, going back to you, Chixa, you said that Bruton has just been on the cusp, but never truly able to make those accomplishments. What are your expectations for this team here today, especially going against the secondary roster of Fisher?
Yeah, I think at this point they've realized they have a chance. If they didn't feel it, they should have that mental game right now to understand, hey, this is not our normal Fisher roster. We have the opportunity to take it even farther, continue practicing. Like, this is your golden opportunity as a 10th seed to finally make your mark. So I think their mental stays strong. They've been this roster for, I think at this point, 1.5 years, 2 years. They have great chem as a team. And I think Antics as well, one of those players on that roster of Bruton Parker, has an opportunity to kind of show off and see, you know, these are the new guys. Let's utilize and understand that Fisher's playing with that new guy roster. Every advantage that we could possibly have. Are they nervous in the LAN environment? Let's utilize that. Let's make them more nervous. Let's demo them, kind of disrupt that mental game even more. They have just every opportunity of experience on their side of things that they can actually utilize. And I think, again, they have their shot. Do they take it? Do they actually capitalize? I don't know, but I hope to see it on the field because that'll make it a more interesting series.
You know, I don't support bullying in real life, but in game, I might allow it here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Well, it'll be up for the chairman to decide. Regardless, you said that Antics might be one of those players to bully Fisher College. Who's someone on Fisher that we could hope to see really style on the opponents or make an attempt to do so?
You know, it's hard because it is that 3-player roster that is new to the scene that you don't see. I did have the opportunity in the interview room to kind of talk to them. Random Shy Guy, this is his very first LAN, I think, that he's ever even flown to. Both Kevin and Tasek have at least been the backup for a little bit longer. Maybe have flown with the team, kind of seen the environment. So I'm looking at him to make the impact, to make sure that he gets comfortable in this environment and has the opportunity to show off what he's got. Because I even met him at the airport after one of the DreamHack events. And we were talking on the same plane back, and he was like, yeah, I'm from Fisher. I've seen you cast before. You know, I'm hoping to do great things. And now here's the day for him to have that great thing that happened.
Well, I think that's enough. So we've got the information, but now it's time to make our very bold predictions, our saucy predictions here with our McDonald's sauce. Now, I'm going to be the first one to make a decision here. I think that this is going to be hot mustard. Why? Because there's so great potential for these two teams to rise to the occasion that they may be hot, they may be spicy, and mustard, I feel, is not often the chosen sauce, but it can pop off crazy. Gompers.
Okay, this is really hard. I'm not going to lie to you. Coming up with like a pun is probably one of the hardest things. But you know what? I'm gonna say ranch, because what they're gonna do is they're gonna ran over the competition. There you go. Do I have to say a team too? Is that what I have to say?
I mean, you could choose one. Otherwise, you could just say it's gonna be a fun ran.
It's gonna be a fun ran by.
Ran by. Well, I feel like there's not much we could top with that one, but Chixa.
I went with sweet and sour because I feel like this match is going to be very inconsistent. You have two teams that are in the cusp of things. Fisher figuring things out. Bruton Parker with an opportunity. We're going to see some really sweet plays, and we're going to see some sour mess-ups on the field for sure.
Miles, do you need a sauce?
I do. I was going to grab the sweet and sour because this is going to be, like you said, the high... This is going to be double sweet and sour because, like you said, there's going to be high pressure. Bruton Parker has the experience together. They have been in these LAN environments. They felt these nerves 1,000 times before. They need to turn the heat up constantly. It doesn't matter if you're putting it all on the line, if you're forcing everyone else off of it. So, sweet and sour for me as well.
You know, I got to respect that. I don't know if... Yeah, just the most questionable one is ranch. I was going to say.
You know what? Listen. When you eat ranch, you can put it on everything, right? You can put it on your pizza. You can put it on your fries. You can put it on your chicken nuggets. You can put it on yourself if you're like that. Like, you can do anything with ranch. And I think...
You really could put it on yourself. Good.
Okay, well, that's a little weird. I'm not going to lie.
And this is your sauce. This is your sauce. I turned around and did a 180 to support you, Gompers.
Okay, that's fine. But I think ranch is the most flexible, and I think that's going to be the game. There you go.
Okay,
and they're going to ran by, so.
We are going to ran by. They're going to ran by. I just want to get personal opinions. Ranch on pizza, is that allowed? I personally do it. I've heard people have very, very great disgust at the idea. You love it?
I love it. It's bad for you, but I love it.
It's Chixa, Miles?
I think only on the crust is like a
only on the crust.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
That's like eating bread with ranch.
I mean, yeah, why not? I don't see why not. I don't know. I don't want to.
Actually, that's valid though.
No, I understand.
Pizza crust is different.
Well, people eat like pita chips with ranch a lot of the time, and what is pizza but like fluffy pita chips?
Did you say floppy pita chip?
I said fluffy. I said
fluffy. My bad.
I didn't mean to start a war on ranch. I'm sorry.
Folks, whether you're ranching it up here on the desk, we're actually going to kick it on over to our casters. We've got Danger Taco. And sorry, we're kicking actually to the player walkouts. It seems that there was some sort of miscommunication, maybe a bit of ranch in my mic setup. Regardless, the players are coming out. We're sending it to the desk and stage hosts.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in Group B of competition for Rocket League, please welcome the starting lineups. As the 2 seed, please welcome Fisher College. Kevin Tasek, Random Shy. And their opponents, the 10th seed, Bruton Parker College. Seoul Antinks Sino. Now, welcome back to the stage to facilitate the pre-match showdown, your host, Holly Height.
All right, let's go. Here we are. Welcome back to our second match here. We are excited. Fisher College, come down. Let's get a little close here. Fisher College, you're going against Bruton Parker right now. Final words to your competition.
Good luck.
All right, good luck. Bruton Parker, same thing over to you, over to Fisher College B.
Good luck, but we're going to win today.
All right, a little bit of trash talk. Let's go. Everyone to your stations. Let's make some noise here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, baby. Woo! We're just getting started. Yeah.
All right. I think it's time. Taco, we have found ourselves here with BPC versus the number 2 seed in Fisher. But it's a little bit different than we expected here, as Bruton Parker coming in with their main lineup. Fisher, not quite so.
No, sometimes you gotta change it up, and sometimes you're forced into changing it up. That's exactly what Fisher has been kind of backed into. This is not usually what we're used to seeing, and so with Bruton Parker, they are presented with such a unique opportunity. Taking down a 2 seed is on the table, but you still gotta execute.
It's not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. Again, the way that this is working, for those that are unaware, only 2 teams are making it out of group stages here, so whoever loses this one, it's the end of the road. They're done and dusted. They're going home, packing their bags, or, well, maybe staying for the competition tomorrow. We got to hope that they're at least doing that and cheering on the other teams here. BPC, though, we actually got to speak to these guys a little bit last night, or maybe a night or 2 ago. Ran into them, talked about, the confidence. They were hoping they'd actually be able to have this match in particular streamed, because they seem fairly confident that they're going to be able to take down Fisher.
Yeah, and that was actually the fun thing, is that they're saying, well, we'd love to be on stream, and they made it happen. That's really what you want to see out of a team that is playing on LAN. You want to be on stage. You want to be able to prove that you're able to be here and say, yes, I might be a 10th seed, but every team at this competition has a chance to go to that top 8, deep in that bracket. And that's what we really got to hope for, is that they do bring their A game, maybe even the A+.
Listen, A+ seems like probably the best effort that they can give here. But at the same time, I also have to wonder if Fisher are going to be able to give their A+. Again, like we mentioned, this is not necessarily the roster that we are used to with Fisher College here. A couple of different subs, and honestly, more or less the entirety of the B squad here versus the normal team that we are associating with these guys, Money, Kinsei, Sosa. So they've got a lot of expectations to live up to here. I know a lot of people initially this morning, we were kind of going through the Rocket League scene, people seeing 3-0 WVU versus Fisher, and crazy reactions all around.
Yeah.
Now maybe a little bit more settled now that we're seeing the roster, understanding what is at stake. But that does not mean by any stretch that Fisher is just going to fall on over here and let all of BPC run over them. I don't think that this is necessarily going to be as one-sided of a match as it may seem on paper. But again, that really does revolve around whether or not Fisher can live up to the expectations.
And that's the biggest issue, at least for me, is that Fisher does have a lot on them, because coming into this, they are a newer school within the CRL world. I would say they're very much focused on the idea of saying, we are putting together a top-tier competition to be able to compete across all esports. Rocket League is one of their newer iterations, and so now being at this LAN, having to put in a second team, fortunate for them, they focus on depth. They have a lot of good players, so even though it might not be exactly what they wanted to present here, it's still going to be a nice competition. Bruton Parker is definitely in a situation where I don't think you can come in really overconfident on this one. You need to measure expectations, see how maybe games 1 and 2 go, and adjust. But but not too slowly. We only have a best of 5 here in groups.
Yeah, BO5 makes this a little bit more cutthroat than usual. Standard is going to be a best of 5. They might be hoping for a best of 7, but we're not getting there until we get to playoffs. So unfortunately for these guys right now, they're going to have to fight through the best of 5, which means you can't really slip up. If you give up games 1 and 2, technically you still have a way to get back into it, but that's 3 perfect games in a row. A reverse sweep necessary if you want to try and take down either one of these squads. And again, you also want to try and carry that momentum. They still have quarterfinals to play later today in order to try and make it through that playoff bracket, and with it being single elimination, you drop the ball for even a second, that could be the last time you drop the ball all of CECC North Texas. So I have a lot of confidence, like I said, in both of these teams to be able to pick up the pace and be able to play up to the level that we know they can. I think there's a lot more question marks, though, around this Fisher squad rather than BPC. We have seen this team prove themselves time and time again. This is a squad that has made it all the way into CRL. So if they can actually be able to get to the highest of heights, something that this particular Fisher squad has not proven yet, what's to say that they can't make it out of group stages into the playoffs here?
I think that's the main thing that everyone needs to keep in mind is that it's all about peaking at the right moments. The season is about consistency. It's about being able to take your games week by week, be able to get that record through. And if you get through the qualifiers and get through those final brackets, great, but now you're on land. Even if you played great for weeks and months leading up to this, it doesn't matter if you throw it all away. So you have to make sure you lock in. And on stage, this is something we've also seen is that players online are monsters. They're ranked grinders. They're in private matches doing scrims all the time. But when you know you got all these people watching you, you are live on camera in front of a live audience, that can bring out some awkward moments. The players who can endure through that are usually the ones here that feel the most confident. They feed off that energy, and they pop off to show just how to perform on this stage.
The best term I've ever heard is from the Boise boys, calling them Lanimals. The people who know how to play when the time is right, and the time is now. Fisher College versus Bruton Parker College here in a best of 5 to determine who's making it out of Group B alongside WVU. Winner of this one, they're going to have to sit in the stands for the next day. Let's find out how it is. Game number 1 here in this best of 5 officially underway.
Yeah, and it's all about making sure you get that hot start. I said game 1 is normally the feeler game, but you don't have a lot of feeling out space in a best of 5. Making sure you get all of those plays out early, and I'm looking for the passing play at least early on. That just shows at least you're on the same level, and you can hear the comms. Early challenge from Fisher, but batted away from BPC.
So far, it's been a little bit of a feeling out period here. Not too surprising. Again, BPC coming into this one probably a little bit harder than Fisher College, who unfortunately have to come off the back of a loss. Again, they go down 3-0 versus WVU, meaning that this team now really has to try and sort of recollect themselves, get back into this game with full confidence. So these first couple minutes are going to be a lot of trying to see how do they want to play against this BPC squad, especially considering, like we said, this is not the usual roster for Fisher, so they don't necessarily know how to rotate around each other to an effective degree quite yet. It's not to say that they're going to play poorly, but usually when you have a team you play with for an extended period of time, those rotations become secondary. It's just basic, you know, muscle, like basic nature. It's in your secondary thought for pretty much everything that you're doing. So at this point, I'm kind of wondering how are Fisher going to play? Are they going to try and stay with the sort of aggressive 3-headed Hydra that we normally see from their main roster, or is this going to be them second-guessing every single challenge that they make?
At the very least, you do have scrim time. You're able to lock in on some of these PCs in the venue, and I think these players certainly have some comfort and some comms with each other. But yeah, coming into this event, I don't think they have the scrim time. So BPC, I'm looking for them to be actually able to break down the defense through some passing or maybe some deflections just wide coming through from Seoul and still flying on through as the ball's rolling back in. So they're going to have to try again. But Fisher, admirable defense here. They're getting thrown a lot of different punches and they're handling them well.
And so far, nobody's really been able to break the barrier on either one of these defenses here. It's a lot of attempts, but the heavy touches haven't really been able to turn into all too much. Speaking of heavy touches in the corner there, Pinch goes all the way to the opposite one where we're going to have random waiting. Sino sees a little bit of awkwardness and will dive a little bit early, but I don't think it's going to necessarily turn into an offense here for BPC, as we do see Fisher. They are rushing. They're still trying to play aggressive. They're still in the face of BPC here, and I think it is for a reason. They don't want to give Bruton Parker any sort of chance to find that flow, find that comfortability that'll allow them to start holding on to this offense. So they're diving early, trying to disrupt these plays and not give any opportunities for shots like that. First one of the series, Bruton Parker on the board.
And it just comes from a quick follow-up here. You see the pass coming through from Sino. It's not a lot of power, but that's actually better. TEXAS was almost man-marking that read, waiting for it, but I think it was actually just behind him, that over-the-shoulder read. So difficult. Put the ball in dangerous positions and trust your strikers to bury it.
Well, they trusted them, and it paid off in dividends here. We're about halfway through the game, and BPC have themselves with a 1-0 lead that could become 2. Solis, a little bit of dancing on the line, but he can't quite get past the final defender, and also, unfortunately, can't quite get past his teammate. Antics in the corner there, maybe just trying to play a little bit of disruption, be the mosquito, the pest that will never go away. And it seems like all of BPC starting to do that. They are blocking Fisher College into their half. And this is the one issue with the aggressive dives we talked about with Fisher. If they don't pay off, you're kind of just leaving your other 2 defenders just stranded. So right now, Bruton Parker playing this one perfectly. They've read every play so far. With about 2 minutes to go, plenty of time for Fisher to try and respond.
And hardest thing about your rotations is staying far enough away to cover options, but close enough to be able to support your teammates. And that's the key thing, both on offense and defense. We haven't seen too much from the Fisher offense. We mentioned it was back and forth, but now it seems like it's mostly one-way traffic, particularly with reads like that just underneath it from the first approach. Still in the danger area, 50 potentially coming in. Sino to the back post. They're going to play for the low 50. Back in the middle. Shot coming through. Perfectly placed from Antics for 2.
Bottom right corner. Absolute precision here. And the best part about it is they keep it on the ground. You can see Kevin on the left side trying to expect that one going top right. So he tries to go to the backboard early to get that one in the air. As soon as you keep it on the ground, though, awkward save. Neither of the 2 defenders in net can get back to this one, and it's 2-0 to BPC. They're playing this one perfectly, absolutely like a fiddle, and it might even get better if Antics could have locked into that flip reset there. Good thing is, though, Sino time and space, shot on target, forces a double commit out of the defense here, and this is the lack of cohesion that we were worried about when it came to Fisher before, is that this team, who have maybe not been able to play as a trio for all too long, are going to be prone to double commits like that, and prone to Antics almost just scoring a double touch right in their faces.
You got to put a hand up or really just a whole body to stop this guy. You got to throw everything in front because you do not want to have any open doubles. It's really going to get problematic if so. However, same could be said about the defense on BPC. That was an uncontested aerial from Fisher, but unfortunately they were not able to get that contact. Same on defense. They will not get this clear, but they have a backup. The midfield pass, it's going to be deflected back into the corner. They will give chase, but they do not have the speed. Again, you can't play catch-up. You have to play proactively and play ahead of things. And I feel like Fisher quite not at that level yet.
Well, it feels like right now that over and over again, Fisher College are getting closer and closer to the point that they need, but it just doesn't seem like they're making the passing connections that we're seeing here in comparison to BPC. 1, 2, 3, they're all the way down the pitch. It's quick transitions. It's taking advantage of the little mistakes. That's a lot of what you're going to see, especially in a lane environment. Nerves are high. Players are going to make mistakes. They're going to make dives that don't necessarily connect. Good example here with Solis diving, can't get the 50-50, so it continues the offense for Fisher College. It doesn't result in them being able to come back here in this game, but this is what Fisher need to work on going into game number 2. If they play as recklessly, I have a feeling that Bruton Parker are just going to wait for these mistakes and punish on repeat.
I mean, at the end of the day, they just need a few shots, and they have more than enough. 8 shots there compared to the 4. So in more so doubling, it's more so it felt like the flow of the game was in their favor, and that's really what you need to lock into. It's not about Fisher being buried so far back that they're completely helpless. It's about the fact that their transition is mostly just getting out of their half, catching their breath, and then just saying, oh, all right, let's get ready for the next attack, because they can't actually work their way through that midfield.
Yeah, so many attacks, 8 total shots here to BPC. They felt relentless throughout that entire game, and you also have to think about it. We didn't really see any shots for the first, I don't know, minute and a half, 2 minutes, so that's really only coming more or less during the back half of this game. Now Bruton Parker found themselves in form. The question is whether or not we can see that out of Fisher College in comparison, because it doesn't feel like Fisher were too far behind on that game, but being forced into 6 saves felt like a lot of the time they were just kind of digging their heels in, hoping to at least survive the onslaught of pressure that BPC would come out with.
Yeah, saves is not necessarily a statistic you want to rack up. It shows that you're under a lot of pressure. Granted, yeah, if you're getting the ball away, fantastic. The only issue is you have to be able to transition forward, move on through the sideline, and I think that's the biggest thing that I'd be in the Fisher comms saying. Calm down, play the good defense. For the most part, we're getting a lot through. They had to get a passing play and a flawless shot to be able to get past 2. Let's see how game 2 fares.
Well, it's starting off with Sino trying to go through the air here. Flip off the ceiling's not going to be enough, but that's going to dust 2. Random shy by their lonesome, trying to sneak that one past the backboard, but it won't quite work. The narrow angle not going to win through with a 50-50, and it could turn into a goal the other way if not for Random Shy, making up for their lack of offense before into some solid defense. 30 seconds into this one, it does seem like Fisher College starting to get a little bit more aggressive, maybe trying to match the amount of offense that BPC are coming out with.
And Antic's not going to be able to get that double tap, but at the end of the day, BPC just trying to lock things down. Watch how deep they are. They're waiting for their moment. Antics going for placement, and they couldn't quite get it, but they might actually not have to pay for it too much. I wasn't sure if Sino was fully back. They do get the save. Looking for the clear. Not going to happen. TECAS up early. Beats 2 into the corner. Double tap. Who is following? The answer's nobody, but the miss. It's Random Shy. Has to get bailed out from Antics because he was taking it a bit too slow. That could have been disastrous for BPC.
Still kind of feels like Fisher College right now are trying to get used to the pace of play there. That should have been an immediate shot on target, even if it doesn't necessarily turn into a goal. You start that offensive push out of Fisher College and start to lock BPC into their own half. In comparison, that is the shots that BPC are coming out with. So, Fisher, you got to get used to the pace of play. It's only going to keep on going up from here. And although you're making saves like this on the line, notice how there is no transition to get out of their half. There are no solid clears. There is no way to escape this BPC, which are absolutely relentless right now. There's a chance here, though. Dive out of Sino is going to get this one off the half, but it's only right into the hands of TECAS, who should be able to stay with this. Flip reset in the back. Will use it off the wave dash to keep it in the corner. Could the shot come through? It will, but it is off target, and so is the follow-up. 2 in a row that BPC seem to have handled. And again, the big issue right now, although Fisher are starting to get shots, none of them are taking this BPC side by surprise.
No, and one thing I'm really glad about seeing from BPC is that not every contact is just a long clear. There's actually a lot of moments where they're taking 50s instead. They're slowing it down, saying, hey, you have to get through me, and I don't believe you can. I'm not going to make it easy for you. Can't say the same about that redirect from Soul. That was making things a little bit tricky for Fisher, but they have solidified a bit in the backfield. As you can already see, at 2 minutes remaining in game number 1, they were down by 2. Now it is still dead, even approaching halftime. But again, it's just about playing fast and finding connections. You can see TECAS lurking for that one. They're dispossessed. Now it's BPC with a double Soul. Stand up and be counted. What a way to open game 2.
I love this phrase because I think it encompasses all. Put a hand up! Somebody's got to be there to at least get to the backboard and get in the way of that. You give Soul that much space, absolutely they're going to dunk it in your face. Over and over again, BPC come through with the most aggressive of offenses, and it seems to always take Fisher off guard. They almost are able to catch all of BPC off guard, but the offense still goes. Kevin trying to find the first here for Fisher College and can't quite get to it. Solus with a flick the other way. It's over. Todd takes it, please. Don't own goal. For a second there, I thought disaster struck. My goodness. And Fisher College getting away with highway robbery on that one.
Best goals are own goals. He was going for a montage. It's not going to make it into this one, unfortunately. So at the very least, we will be able to actually segment now into the next attack. And sometimes simple is better. Antics not going through the air, just tucking it underneath.
Oh, this is such a solid play. Beats 1, beats 2, flick around, wait for your teammate to buy you enough time. And although Sino is going to be there to at least clear the lane, it is Antics who gets the goal. I'll give a little bit of an asterisk to Sino on that one. Still credit him for the assist, even if the game might not. But I will do one thing in particular as well. Notice how BPC, 8 minutes without giving up a goal at this point here. Fisher College have yet to hit the back of the net, and if they don't start doing that soon, maybe right here and now, they'll make me eat my words, and they'll finally get on the board.
It was about time for a cast a curse. That makes sense. I feel like at the end of the day, you gotta be able to lead the way. You gotta leak the story a little bit, keep the crowd on edge, and keep this game on an edge. A rager thin margin now, 1 goal with 2 minutes to work with. Fisher College can't ask for much better. Maybe a lead, but hey, that's what it's all about. Taking advantage of kickoffs. Kevin reaching that one pretty deep. I wasn't sure if BPC had it, but they proved me wrong.
Well, they still have this game in the bag, though, as long as they can hold on for another 100 seconds. It doesn't feel as if right now they're playing, nervously. That first goal sometimes can kind of shake a team to their core. They start to play a little bit differently, but notice how it's single challenges at a time. Bruton Parker still have enough faith in each of their players individually that they are not double committing. Something that we talked about earlier, Fisher College constantly going for the ball with 2 different players, and then it would leave gaps in their defense that would be exploited on repeat. In comparison here, Fisher starting to settle down, have a similar approach. They're also starting to send that front man and hoping that it'll be enough. I don't know if it's going to be enough here in the corner, though, for BPC, because all of a sudden, Random Shy comes flying through the air, doesn't get the shot one, but he does get enough room that Kevin can find one. Not just one, but two. Second goal for Kevin, and we're all tied up.
Love this rotation. It's so easy to get out and say, oh, third, you got that? No. I got it. I got the number one in my name for a reason. Kevin, the number one scorer, and really the only scorer for Fisher College, but they don't need much more than that out of him. Maybe a hat trick to cap this all off. Bruton Parker, what you gotta say?
I think they got to say something real quick here. Again, it was 8 minutes scoreless for Fisher College. All of a sudden, they not only just get a goal in their favor, they get momentum in their favor, and they're starting to look like they might be the better team in this game. The shots started to fire all the way from midfield, and before where Bruton Parker were maybe a bit patient, they got to start diving like that. Solus comes through the air and shoots one on target with the power of Zeus to make it 3-2.
The return of the team play. It was only a matter of time, and you have to get there. And that's cross-field, all three players involved. Zig and zagging, and Fisher College was not ready for that. They were discombobulated, and now they are back behind this. Off the kickoff, though. Maybe not for long. The double is missed. The follow-up is missed. It's also going to go wide. A 50 required from Signer to the sideline. Broom Parker can wipe the sweat off their brow for now, but at the very end of the day, Fisher still hunting, lurking in the half, playing these annoying touches, but they need a finish. That one also deflected. That one is just going to be abusing. It is cyberbullying on that near post.
Hey, crowd, can we do a favor, everybody? Just a quick moment of silence here for the offense of Fisher College that has been unable to come up with anything. And, well, the silence may stay a little bit longer here because with 10 seconds left, we got one last chance for Fisher College to try and tie up this game. Otherwise, Bruton Parker not only go up 2-0 in the series, they force Fisher College now to reverse sweep. BPC, one game away from making it to the playoffs here. Fisher College, one game away from being the number 2 seed and going home.
Fantastic showing from Fisher. In terms of the relative improvement, the shot count is immaculate. They're hitting double digits, and I would say compared to game number 1, that's exactly what I wanted. Even if it is a loss, it took Bruton Parker still really working through on nice opportunities, saying, hey, 2-on-1, they score every time. Infield pass involving all three players, that's what's required. Fisher is being asked a lot of their defense, and they're not always living up to it, but I will take that performance over game 1 any day.
I will say this much, though. It's nice to see Fisher at least getting on the board in terms of shots. They have 11 in comparison to what I believe is a 7 here at a BPC. They are the more offensive-heavy team, so they're doing what we're saying, trying to disrupt that defense, just putting on enough shots to where eventually they're finding openings against BPC. But I also, guys, another advice I have for you, once you have that opening, put the shot on target. Way too many of those off the backboard and off the woodwork here. It is not going to be enough if you build up that offense, but there is not a final punch. It's great to have a couple of jabs, a nice left hook here and there, but if you don't have that knockout blow, it is not going to be enough to get past BPC here. So, Fisher College, backs against the wall. What are you guys made of? You've got one last chance now to prove that you deserve that second seed. And it's here. Game number 3 out of this best of 5. Win or go home for Fisher College.
Yeah, and the difficult part as well is that you have to have the ice. I think if you want a psychological insight on Fisher, it's not getting touches like that. Sino right off of the beginning of game 3, getting the weirdest assist of the day.
I don't have words for that. I'm trying to figure out a reaction. I'm trying to figure out what to say. I'm going to say it's 1-0 to BPC, and we're going to move on. 8 seconds into this one, disaster has struck for Fisher College. As like we said, they needed perfection in this game, and that's so far from perfection, I think I've forgotten what the word means. Unfortunate here for Fisher College, but it could get even worse if they're not able to stand tall here on defense right now. Again, BPC, you can see it. They are forcing this team into the most nervous of situations. Dive after dive, double commit after double commit is leaving them exposed. And if a solid shot goes on target in the next couple of seconds, I'm thinking it's 2-0 to BPC.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, particularly because, yeah, you have to come into game 3 saying, it's fine, take it one game at a time. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, what's that? The worst that can happen? That's awful. So, unfortunately, they're going to have to start off one with a little bit of a handicap, and certainly BPC needs no help. The back pass into a squishy. Back post shot again, saved again, this time by Random Shy, and it'll also get Boost to work with, but not the dunk on the 50 in the corner.
I have not been this nervous since I went full freelance in casting. This is insanity right now. Over and over again, we are seeing Fisher College on the line with either double commits, weird challenges, or just a lack of clearing. A good example there is Random Shy. Rather than trying to boom that off the half, buy some space for the team to work with, he just kind of takes the dribble, and as a result, more shots on target. TEXAS is able to make the save there, but it's not going to be enough. Even more offense. Sino trying to drop this down, but here's the smart play out of BPC here. They recognize the fact that Fisher is struggling to get these booming clears that'll try and make the transition happen quickly, so they're holding their third man out at the midfield and allowing them to just kind of continue this offense on repeat. Good example here, as noticed, third man doesn't even dive until it's perfectly the time. Solus waits for the moment and immediately goes into the offense, and this is the issue. It's the strangulation that Fisher College cannot get away from right now. BPC have so much confidence in their single third man at the backfield that they're just going to keep on running this offense on repeat. And they don't need to do it for all too much longer. They're still up in this game. 3 minutes to go. And if they can win this one, like we said, they move on to the playoffs. And they don't just move on, they move on in 3-0 fashion.
Massive misconception as well about saying, well, you have to play fast all the time. You have to play up to your opponents. And if your opponents, like Fisher College, are panicking out of the backfield, wait back, let them throw it away, then you throw it right back. And I think Bruton Parker is playing a solid midfield line. I haven't seen this ball cross into the orange half in about 2 minutes now. That one almost in the near post, making it 2. Follow-up shot from Sino. He's going to pinpoint that near post.
Sometimes you can just see these goals happening before they even arrive, and as soon as Random Shy misses that one, you knew this was going to be into the back of the net. Kevin tries to close out that narrow angle on the right side, but just can't quite get the touch. And as a result, it's 2-0 BPC, and it might be too little too late. 2.5 minutes to go. Half the game continuing here, but again, with Fisher College more or less being unable, I don't know if they have a shot this game, maybe 1 or 2. More or less, though, unable to find an offense here. I'm thinking this one's done and dusted, Taco. It's time to break out the chisels. We got to set this one in stone.
Yeah, and if you can get one more, certainly that's the dagger, but we've already seen 2 is more than enough. Fisher has had the comeback potential, but they had way more time on the clock, and also they had more opportunities. All the shots last game, it's like they had to set them out, and they're burning through them way too quick. I said that way too quickly. Random Shy got a banger of a shot there. Not an easy angle by any means.
Listen, they are not impervious. They still have a chance that they could actually be struck upon. These guys have shown they have vulnerability. You've made the gods bleed, but now can you take them down? BPC still have the lead in this game. With 2 minutes to go, all they have to do is at least get a goal, and then they can send it to overtime. But they also need to shut down Sino. This guy has been controlling this offense like crazy. 2 goals in this game alone has shown that he is a lethal striker they need to start man-marking or at least paying attention to. It feels like he's not losing 50s, and it feels like he's also making pre-jumps like that. Dude's up in the air before I could even blink, and it's right back into a BPC offense.
That's a lot of confidence. It's showing from everybody. Solus quickly up for that one. A brief deflection over Random Shy. Kevin can't get it. TEXAS needs to play hero, and he wears that cape well. Yet another one parried to the side, but he can't carry it forward. He needs everyone else to join him in that effort, pretty much just pushing that boulder up the hill. It feels like the field is tilted. They not only need the clear, but again, they only have 75 seconds remaining to get one more in the back of the net.
They're trying everything right now. You can see this, these heavy touches out of their own half. They're hoping that they'll connect into solid clears that can turn into offense, but unfortunately, little misses like that have been all too commonplace. Fisher College, we talked about in game number 1, trying to shut down BPC with these dives that could hopefully interfere enough to where they wouldn't be able to find comfortability, but it seems like BPC have never been nervous in this game. My goodness, they're even trying to go for shots like that out of the corner. Antics not quite able to wrap himself around that one, but he's wasted a lot of time and sent Fisher College back into their half. If Bruton Parker can just hold them into this half for another 45 seconds, they've got the win, and they're moving on to playoffs.
Yeah, they're just trying to close that one out, as you had said, and it's about defense, but it's also making sure you're not taking your foot off the accelerator. You want to make sure you take advantage of everything, like this from Sino. Of course, you should call your own number. You're leading the counterattack, and you're hitting everything so far. Why not take another look? Random Shy slapping that one briefly into the midfield. Another deflection. Sino upfield, off backboard. Where's the third? None needed. Solus going to take it to the sideline, but he will give it up. One more effort. TEXAS looking for the double. Can't get that one off the line. Kevin not able to catch up to it, and the devil might have gone down to Georgia, but the Demons are on the field here in Texas. The Georgians BPC getting a 3-0 sweep.
And it's got to feel good. Not only do they find themselves with a 3-0 sweep here, but on top of that, they find themselves with a huge upset win. This is massive to see these guys finding themselves with a win, not just past the second seed, but into playoffs now. Congratulations to BPC. I cannot state it enough. It's a very, very impressive performance.
Yeah, and coming into this, I have to say, and even BPC, I think to a certain extent, is thinking to themselves, this is a difficult group. This is going to be a lot to work through. And so, yeah, we have to bring our game. That looks solid. Fisher put up a good fight, but I feel like throughout that series, Bruton Parker always had a firm hand on the steering wheel. It felt like they were directing traffic. They felt like they knew where that was going. And even when Fisher started getting those goals, Bruton Parker had the answer, and that's all you can ask. You have to show up in big moments, and they did.
I get it. Driving jokes, Rocket League. Nice.
Vroom,
Anyways.
vroom.
Vroom. Anyways, vrooming on into our next segment here. We got to throw to Space Ghost on the stage here. Space Ghost, take this one away.
Okay. Hey, how's it going? I'm Kari. It's Xavier. Are you the coach?
No, I'm.
You're a player.
Yeah.
You look so fantastic. Okay. Oh, hey everybody, welcome back. I am joined here by Xavier. How did this game go for you? How do you feel about it?
I feel really good. We were pretty confident going into it. I had a lot of confidence. We've been working really, really hard, and I'm glad to see that it paid off, and we were able to get a win.
Yeah, so sorry for that typical esports question. Let's get into the real dirt. What was the key to your success in this particular game? You guys raffle stomped.
So we've been working really hard on making sure that we cut off and keep a lot of pressure. We were struggling for a little while at keeping people under pressure, making sure they couldn't make plays. But in this series, we did a really good job at cutting everyone off and making sure they couldn't do what they wanted.
Do you have any particular strategies, the ones that you're willing to share, that you think were the key to success here?
Everything we're learning, we're keeping under wraps.
I like that. Are there any particular teams that you're worried about now that you're moving forward?
None that I'm really worried about, but plenty that I want to play. I'd love to play West Virginia again.
All right, is this a grudge match that you've got with West Virginia?
Of course. I want to play them as many times as I can.
I like that. Lose is improve, and I'm pretty sure you're not going to be on that end of the spectrum. However, my last question, if you could pick any player here that you want to your team to play against, what would that be?
Any player? Angel.
All righty. It looks like you've done the call out. Do you have any messages for your potential competitors before we head back?
Next time, we're coming stronger. Be ready.
Oh, I like that. Also, my apologies, not a coach, a player, a hardworking player. Thank you so much for the interview, and best of luck. Thank you. All right, guys, back to you. Thank you so much for this. Appreciate the interview, and we will be back in just a minute.
We're actually back right now. Here we are with the analyst desk. Space Ghost possessing that mic more than we saw Fisher possess the ball throughout the majority of that series. And I want to talk to you first, Miles. Talk to me about the serious amount of pressure that BPC was putting on the Fisher.
Fisher on the back foot is an understatement. The fact that Fisher was forced to commit all three of their players to defending for the vast majority of the time. I mean, I think it was Taku who said it. There was a point in that last match where there were 2 full minutes where the ball didn't touch the orange side. It felt like even when Fisher was hitting it away, they were just hitting away. They weren't setting up their own attacks. They were basically passing the ball back to BPC to continue their own attack.
I mean, speaking of attack, once we actually saw Fisher try to land some shots, they weren't exactly having that impact. Gompers, tell me about the counterattack that we saw from Fisher when it existed.
Yeah, it was honestly difficult because Fisher, for them, I mean, again, kind of revolting back to your statement, it really did feel like that back and forth where there wasn't a lot of that offensive pressure coming through. And it really did feel like, at the end of the day, there was just something missing when it came to Fisher. But Bruton Parker College, obviously, the team to beat here, I don't know. I think it's going to be hard because Bruton Parker, they've always pretty much impressed in every single tournament so far. So, I mean, what's one more?
Hey, chalk it up to the leaderboards, but chalk it up antics to our MVP, Chixa. You were talking about this player before we got started. Did they live up to your expectations? Do you feel like this is our MVP?
You know what? It was really hard because throughout the entirety of the series, we see that everyone had an amazing impact. But I think Antics set up the momentum in game 1 and 2, especially on the field. He's such an initiator. He will start things off. He went for multiple double taps of very difficult angles, almost hitting them. But there was that follow-up there that we were talking about, that pressure continuing because of him. He, as well, Sino was able to get upfield, get a bump play, and he initiates and he gets that goal because it's an open opportunity. He is in the right place, right time positionally, and as well, when he's not upfield, he's in midfield ready to take that ball again. I really enjoy seeing Antex, and you notice, class standing freshman, he's here to stay for a while, and he will only get better. Having that ability of him on the field for Bruton Parker, he's just going to have so much success, and he already has.
You know, talking to a freshman, they will have more time to develop with the program. And, you know, you said that Bruton Parker, it's been a team that has been in a little bit of the background previously. Do you think that this is a change is coming for BPC?
Absolutely. They had the opportunity, like I said, stating forward, they have the now 7th and 10th seed going through on Group B. You know who he's talking about? West Virginia. That's who they lost to in this group that they're looking to play against again. Angel, West Virginia player. They have their eyes on that team that they just couldn't beat today, and it's good because you could tell that vibe is up. I immediately noticed as the entire team walked out on stage, hands in pockets, felt really relaxed, really chill. They had their full confidence on the field. And then you look toward the other ends of Fisher, they were fidgeting, you know, kind of nervous, unsure what to do with themselves. And that entire mentality shift between the two showed on the field as well.
I'm curious to know, Miles Gompers, do you think just having that physical confidence will translate into a server?
I think so 100%, because you're a lot of the time playing with your team, and if your team is getting nervous around you as you're playing, you can feel it. You can hear it in their voice, any slight tremors, and it affects you even if you try to rally. So having that relaxed posture, it's so key.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have to agree. Everything really does account for it. Let's say you're playing sports, right? You're playing soccer. It is that mental game that if you're not feeling good physically, you're 100% not going to feel good mentally. And video games is just that. It's really that mental game. It's the ability to think ahead, and you kind of lose that when you lose yourself. So again, it really is confidence that needs to take that step forward, because the moment you lose that is the moment you can really mess up a game.
You know, I also think that speaks to Fisher was more reacting than creating their own plays. Chixit, do you think that this was more of a lack of experience for Fisher, or just a greater strength being presented by BPC today?
It's definitely a little bit of both ends. We mentioned new land environment for Fisher, new challenges for them. It was going to be almost an underdog story for themselves in that new roster. But I think Bruton Parker, as we mentioned, just keeps getting better and better. They finally figured out their communication on the field, their positioning to keep that upfield aggression time and time again. And I think as well their personal placements on the team. We often saw Antics as well as, of course, Sino upfield doing most of that pressure 1 and 2, and then Solus a little bit on the farther third man back. He had a majority of the assists himself. He had a lot of those saves. So they know how to work in their specific chemistry as well as just on the field with their mechanics. So I really appreciated them stepping up time and time again, and I think, again, Antics, he's a freshman. He has a lot of time in the collegiate scene to continue to develop, and Bruton Parker has been in the likes of the upper tiers of Collegiate Rocket League before. They will only continue to keep rising if they keep this roster and can keep the momentum that they've created for themselves.
Just one little piece of, I suppose, a prediction. If West Virginia and Bruton Parker were to get into the server one more time, who do you think would come out on top?
You have the most loaded question, Los, at me. Oh, my goodness. You know what? I'm going to give it to Bruton Parker. I liked what I saw. I liked the rebound. I liked the confidence. I don't think they go down twice to the same team. I think it goes to full length. We're going to see a best of 7. It would go to 7, but Bruton Parker goes out on top. I really liked it. I really did.
We got some heat in the pipeline if they do meet in the playoffs. But speaking of heat, can we get a replay on the drip check of Bruton Parker? Normally you expect the jersey, but they were coming out with the sport polos. You know, I think that could be the move, Miles, as our resident dripped out analyst, the fashion analyst here. What do you think about polos versus jerseys?
Okay, so you got the collar. You can do so much with the collar. You can accessorize a little bit. You got a little bit of the chain action. You get one of these, wear it over. You could wear it under. It's tasteful or it's flashy. Listen, I'm just saying, if you want to be a little more stylish, a little more professional, fancy, classy, the polo might be a good thing to look into.
Could be the move. Well, we'll take some polls on the polo later in the chat. If we could get them on to run that up. But Gompers, I want to know, did your sauce live up to the expectation, or did the game live up to the expectation of ranch?
It was ranch. I do think I picked Fisher. All right, so it was not a ran by, but it was a counter ran by.
It was a ran through.
Ran through by Bruton Parker. So I for sure think it was a raunchy game.
A raunchy. We'll workshop that one. Miles Chixa, was it sweet and sour?
Yeah.
Living up to your expectation? I thought it was gonna be sweet and spicy. I had to take a little cheat sheet on my notes of my sauces here.
I'd say it was sweet for Bruton Parker, who got the sweep, who just continued to play to expectations, to play full out. And I got to say, it was pretty sour on the end of Fisher. They didn't have any time to go upfield. They couldn't get any presence. It's really two different sides that were completely different.
Yeah, and there were moments of sweetness from Fisher. They had those explosive plays, unexpected ones. In particular, that turning point in the second match where Fisher tied it up after, I think it was Kevin, set themselves up for an amazing goal right down the middle. There was moments where it felt like, oh my gosh, Fisher could totally do this. And then they were on the back foot again, and it's like, when are we going to get that again? When is that kind of play going to come back? And we never get to see it because BPC was so solid in their offense. They kept Fisher in the corner the entire time.
Yeah, you know, I have to agree. In Game 2 specifically, where Fisher was able to get those 2 goals, it felt like, oh, it's here. This is going to be a competitive match. We're here. Wrong. It was hot mustard that actually BPC dropped it on them. Quick little 3-0, little no-nonsense business here. Your face tells me you want to say something, Gompers.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let you have your moment.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I love how you waited until after we had all tried to defend ours, and you're like, let me just come in, sweep in, Los victory.
Listen, I think here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, we all win.
What?
That didn't sound
What
like
are we winning?
No. You don't agree with that? You don't think we're all winning? I thought we were gonna just accept that one, maybe go to a commercial break and call it a day.
I'm a very materialistic person. No, I'm kidding. I need physical form. And you know, speaking of physical form, I have it right here. Branch. I'm gonna keep running with the stick at this point.
Can we get another pun?
Yeah, I'll give you.
Maybe BPC
let's go
over.
Each one.
Hot mustard because you must watch this very hot game. I can't with the stare.
I mustered up the confidence to not roast you.
Okay, that sounds good. That's tangy of you.
That's oh my God. I think that's enough. Well, folks, in just a few moments, we're going to head over to the McDonald's booth for a fun interview. But before we go, we got to let you know that the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2023 is presented by McDonald's of North Texas, the official quick service restaurant of Esports U. Get a free large fry with a minimum purchase of $1. Come on, you can scrounge up $1. I know you can. When you download the McDonald's app, click the link below to download now. And if you do get some, hit me up with a McFlurry. Anyways, when we come back, Esports U Awards.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal. The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola. Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
I know you had to wait this long. This is what you've been waiting for. It's a new day, yeah. It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear. It's a new day, ain't no need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage to present for the Esports U Collegiate Awards, one of the members of the award selection committee, Donna Basic Tack Walters.
Hey everybody, super excited to be here, ready to present these awards for you. The first one up is going to be Commissioner of the Year. So perhaps the most thankless job in esports is that of the league operator. Those that sit at the helm of the largest leagues in esports, the commissioners, are the ones that hold the most difficult positions in our industry. This award salutes a commissioner that has built deliberately, intentionally, and has not been afraid to challenge, innovate, and experiment. The Commissioner of the Year award goes to Jacob Van Ryan and the NECC. Although not here today, this award is being accepted by Chase Newcomb, who is on, oh, where's Chase? Perfect, thank you so much. Chase Newcomb, who is the chair of the board of directors and the, advisory board. My apologies, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I, on behalf of Jacob Van Ryan, am very privileged and honored to accept Commissioner of the Year for him. If Jacob was here, I know that he would thank all of the staff and crew at NECC who worked tirelessly to grow it to what it is today. And he would thank his family and friends who have supported him along the way. So thank you very much for this award. I'll make sure it gets to him.
Thank you, Chase. So, the heart of collegiate is found in students. Student-ran clubs are the foundation of this entire ecosystem. The Club of the Year Award acknowledges a leader within this vast category. This club has researched the word ambition and redefined it with their name. An active body competitive dedication, and recently securing of $1.5 million in state funding to elevate their students. This club has accomplished in 1 year what many fail to build in 4. The Program of the Year award goes to Niner Esports at UNC Charlotte. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Did you want to say a few words?
We're really happy to be here. So thanks so much to Esports EU, College Esports Sports Management, and everybody else here. Thank you to UNC Charlotte, our community, our officers, everyone who's involved with the club. Absolutely amazing to be here, and thank you guys.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. All right, up next is going to be the Community Ambassador Award. The values of our ecosystem are equivalent to our identity. How we present ourselves are how others see us. The Community Ambassador Award is a nod to an individual that believes so deeply in all of us, all of you, that if you give them a chance, you will leave a believer. The Community Ambassador Award goes to Nick Suarez. Congratulations, Nick.
Just want to thank everyone for putting on this event. Appreciate Donna, Chris Postel, and all the other candidates that voted on this, and all the other nominees. Great people. So just thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. The last one that we're going to present for right now, so stay tuned because we actually have more awards for later on. But this one is going to be the Club President of the Year. The Club President of the Year salutes a president that has left a lasting legacy on the college esports space. Running a club is not easy. Running a club and planning one of the largest live events of the year is even more difficult. Yet, this club president rose to the challenge. Amidst a full course load in a master's program, they ran one of the largest and oldest esports clubs in the United States, carrying forward a legacy of the club name. The Club President of the Year award goes to AJ Taylor. AJ is not here to accept the award today. So that's going to conclude this portion of the awards, but again, stay tuned. We do have more awards that are coming up. We will take a short break and we'll be back shortly. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate you being here.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal. The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola. Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
I know you had to wait this long. This is what you've been waiting for. It's a new day, yeah. It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear. It's a new day and I need a lot. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
So my name is Christopher Bilski. I am the Director of Esports at Michigan State University. Yeah, I think, when you look at how the team's feeling about this weekend, we're just excited to be here. This is a really cool opportunity for us, for all of our players. It's their first time ever in Texas. So being here, soaking it up, soaking it in, getting to be around the best teams in the country in Super Smash Brothers, it's just an exciting experience for them. So win or lose, we're excited to be here. We're excited to meet other people, compete, test ourselves, and really get a look at what we're looking at for next season. Competition this semester for us, we're really looking at this as kind of year zero for our program. We're fully launching our official varsity program at Michigan State University for next fall. So we've had the opportunity to kind of get a jump start on certain things, and it's been going really well. We've gone to a few events. We've had a lot of competitive success at those events. This one is going to be a little bit different for us because our team captain and our two seniors can't be here. It's actually graduation weekend for us at Michigan State University, which is ultimately should be every college's and university's goal is to graduate your players. So, big exciting event for them, but it means that our roster is going to look a little bit different this weekend. We're bringing a roster of 4 freshmen today, so seeing how they compete and how they handle kind of the pressure of an in-person LAN and playing against, the top talent from across the country. We're just really excited to see where we stand. Who are we most excited to compete against this weekend? I think, obviously Fisher is considered largely the best team in the country, and we've played them really close online. We lost 2 games by 1 stock to them in NACE Open, so very razor-thin, close matches, right? And so getting to play them in person, even if it's not our full normal roster, but having the opportunity to see how we stack up in a LAN environment against them and see them face-to-face, we're excited about that opportunity. And then, of course, our fellow Michiganders, Northwood University, we see them a lot. So there's kind of just a natural rivalry with, I think we've played them 8 times this year already. So just getting to see them again and play against them is always a good time. Yeah, so I think Spartans Will is kind of our, university saying that, we kind of live by. It means a variety of things when you're looking at Spartans Will. But for us as a university, Spartan Strong has been something that's been kind of personal to us with some of the things that have happened at Michigan State this year. So yeah, I would say those are probably the 2 most frequent ones that we've used over this semester. I think the competition is starting to slowly give us more respect. We're seeded number 2 at this tournament. We went to a large Midwest tournament, won that tournament. Like I said, we're razor close to Fisher in NACE. And so slowly, I think teams are starting to pick up on, Michigan State is for real. They have talent there and they have good players there. And more importantly, we have a really cool community for Smash on campus, right? We have the largest weekly in the state of Michigan. So just continuing to build upon those things and kind of get our name out there. And for us, like I said, this is really the beginning. This is year 0 for us. This is the foundation from which we hope to just build upon bigger and better as the years go on. So as far as results that we're expecting to see, I really stress not to come in with expectations because we are trying out a bit of a new roster here today. But for me, it's just goes back to my expectation is that you take from the experience itself as much as you can. Enjoy yourselves. You've earned this. Like, this is a really, really cool opportunity. You're in the other side of the country, the largest collegiate esports LAN ever, right? You're getting to play against Florida State University or teams from California, like teams we don't normally get to play against. And so for me, like, my expectations really aren't around competition. They're just around enjoying yourself, right? Trying to have as good of a time as you can and make lifelong memories.
And welcome back to the CECC 2023 Finals here, presented by McDonald's of North Texas. We're about to jump into our first Super Smash Bros. Ultimate match of the entire event. I know Miles is pumped. I'm pumped as well. And we do have a very intriguing, exciting, interesting matchup. It's Winthrop versus Northwood. Now, I know, Miles, you've been following along the path. Can you kind of give us the journey of the teams to make it here to the finals?
Now, Northwood is a storied legacy. They've just kept getting better and better and better to where the person who was their clutch carry anchor 2 years ago is now arguably like still on the main roster, but doesn't need to carry anymore because everyone else is so amazing. Copel in particular has been a very precise, very technical K-Rule player that has struck fear into everyone, including our #1 seed, Fisher College. In the finals of ECAC in the fall, we saw for the first time Fisher drop not one, but 2 crew battles going up to a last stock match against Northwood. Fisher closed it out, obviously, they're goated, but Northwood had Fisher up against the wall. Winthrop University, on the other hand, qualified through the LCQ, running through a lot of people, a lot of big names, including some names that are here today. I mean, it was unbelievable when I checked the bracket and I'm like, wait, Winthrop is still going? They're still going? Then I did my digging on them and I understood why. Incredible players, deadly players, and we'll get more into talking to them in a bit.
Well, I mean, actually, I want to talk about the players specifically. You know, yeah. I also believe that collegiate esports, collegiate Super Smash Brothers is like such a viable path for Smash Pros. Can you speak a little bit about that and how we have such amazing rosters competing today?
Yes. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game where the community and the collegiate are a little bit divided. But a lot of these collegiate players are people who are getting opportunities to go from one region to another, where they're in a new land, and all of a sudden they are finding ways to make that work. But they're not alone, they're with a team, and so these teams are going to local tournaments together. They're grinding against each other, they're grinding against the local talent, they're combining their playstyle from wherever their hometown is with the playstyle of this new place. That's the story of many rosters, Northwood in particular, but also Winthrop.
Interestingly enough, so I don't want to say compositions, what characters, what fighters are we expected to see coming through on these crew battles?
So, Winthrop University, one of the more deadly players they have is No Tag on the Mario. And Mario, a lot of people know him, he's the jack of all trades, and there's a reason for that. He can do literally everything, and by everything, I mean he can kind of just end your stock and your life out of nowhere. Mario in particular excels for being an all-around brawler, a grappler, and that is a very scary thing to contend with, because if you get hit from the air, you're in trouble. If you hit from the ground, you're in trouble. If you're grabbed, you're trouble. And, well, that all-around threat is what makes No Tag so scary to play against.
Now, I want to talk about one character in general, someone who has been a bit of a controversial figure here in the Super Smash Bros. Scene. It's Steve. Is Steve allowed here, Artie?
Why would we allow Steve? Miles, would you care to just elaborate on why Steve is a little bit busted? But also note that when I discussed this with Miles earlier, he said that while Steve seems busted, no one successfully pulled off the texts that are discussed that make him busted. So theoretically, I don't think he should be banned. Miles' words, not mine.
So the reason Steve in particular is such a scary character is because there are literally hundreds of different playstyles that you could end up playing with. You could either be a highly technical Steve, you could be a very positional Steve, you could be a combo-oriented Steve, and many players, including Jake, who was here at the last CECC, demonstrated that you don't need to be the most insanely technical opponent if you can just stay a little bit ahead of them. And the fact that with base attributes, no advanced techniques, Steve is incredibly powerful. With the advanced techniques, he's exponentially more powerful. And with the hypothetical techniques that no one has even pulled off in tournament yet, he is maybe unbeatable. there is, it's understandable why there's a lot of debate over the bans right now.
You know, I say let the kids have fun, right? That's what esports, collegiate esports is all about. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe someone could debate that against me. But what we're going into, for those who aren't familiar with Collegiate Smash, is crew battles. So that means it's going to be 2 teams of 4 all competing, sharing a stock pool. And when you have a team like that where it's not exactly communication, not exactly working together, Chicks, I want to know how individuals going against each other in a 1v1 scenario, how does that translate potentially to a team environment? How do you work together on that?
Yeah, I think it's building up whoever you have as either the leading player, being the most strong, or Miles has mentioned a little bit, having an anchor on the team, and understanding how you compile, you know, player to player. Are you having that strongest player out first, or are you going to kind of wait, feel out the team one-on-one? It's an area that I'm not normally used to. I'm so used to being on a roster of 5, a roster of 3, but playing individually gives you so much more responsibility. I can't imagine, you know, feeling that anxious that I'm one-on-one right now, and if I lose a life, especially an early one, Miles, we talked about under that 30 or 50% mark, that could be totally detrimental to the rest of the crew battle. So I'm kind of curious if the teams are going to come out hot and heavy, or they're going to kind of lay back, feel out the other team, see who's deciding to play risky or not.
At the end of the day, you know, we still have to get some idea of what we'll expect in the server. Now, me personally, I'll go ahead with my own prediction. It's going to be, I believe, that Northwood is going to take this one. I saw them compete. It's a little bit a while ago, back in the NACE Grand Finals in the fall semester of 2022. It was just an absolute beatdown. There really wasn't any time for their opponents to breathe, and it seemed like a breeze. I want to jump it on to the opposite side of the desk, Miles, and we'll kick it off. What do you think is going to be the end result?
In terms of pure seeding, Winthrop is actually above Northwood, but I have to go with Northwood in my gut. They're tricky, they're precise, but I have been seeing... Northwood has been known for being a little bit inconsistent at times, but they always bring the heat when they need it. They always pull out these clutch plays, these dynamic plays at the very last second. Maybe not the best way to run it in the regular season, where you might drop a match or two, but in the long run, I feel like Northwood has that explosive potential, and I got to go with Northwood here.
Jigsaw, what are you feeling?
You know, I'm normally not one for inconsistent teams. I like to see consistency. I like to see that the team has that vibe, that understanding. And you mentioned them qualifying through the LCQ in Winthrop and having to go through so many phenomenal teams. I'm going to go with the team that smashed through LCQ in Winthrop that has been maybe namely more consistent, the higher seed. Maybe it's the safer pick, but you know what? I like consistency at the end of the day, and they're going to have to play one-on-one, again, consistent match to match.
Artie.
So I grew up on Pokemon as a kid, and during the NACE Grand Finals, I actually got to see Pichu spike King into the ground. I'd never seen a Pichu just obliterate a King K. Rool before, and then additionally, I saw a Pokemon trainer who just needed to get rid of one stock absolutely obliterate Northwood. So I'm sorry, Northwood. I got to go with Winthrop on this one just because I got to root for the underdogs. And if y'all don't pull out any sort of Pokemon-based characters, which, of course, that is just me loving on the Pokemon fandom, you know what? I can't side with you.
And if I can just say, this is maybe one of the best openers we could have, because Winthrop, they're coming into CECC has an unknown, a question mark. They have not been playing in a lot of our leagues. They have not been playing in a lot of the qualifying events. They came in at the last chance qualifier, and that means this is, well, this could set the narrative for the rest of the event. If Winthrop go forward and go on a tear through the best teams, I'm not sure if anyone is going to be quite ready. They might think they are, but, well, Winthrop, it's up to you to show them exactly what you have brought into this venue.
You know, going back to you, Artie, you don't have to feel bad for Northwood. No one has to feel bad for Northwood. They are like such a stacked esports program in general across so many titles. They've gotten Ws. If anything, we got to take them down a peg. If anything, they need to be taught a lesson. And I did predict Northwood. I'm still holding on to it, but it's out of spite that I'm predicting them to win.
Respect the Pokemon. That is all I gotta say.
Okay. Well, I mean, if Steve is banned, sure, that's fine. But is there any character you would want to get rid of personally due to your own grudges?
Due to my own grudges, can I ban an entire trope of character?
I would allow that.
All the Fire Emblems. All of them. Bye. Get rid of them.
I think there's too many.
Yes.
We've had enough. Like, can we get Waluigi in the game? Tixa, I'm angry now. I'm fired up, so please take it away.
Take it away. I'm still stuck on Pokemon characters, because once you said that, I was like, I totally relate. I'd like to see a Pokemon character. That is my childhood. I had a lot of cards, probably way too many.
What's the value? What's the total valuation of that collection?
I don't want to say on broadcast. I don't want to out myself, but it's a lot.
Okay. Well, I would say the Pokemon characters in this game have a lot of value, too. I mean, we've been seeing incredible performances as of late. I mean, Pikachu was considered by many to be the best character in the game for a while, until Steve did pretty much everything he can do but better, but you didn't hear that from me. But the Pokemon characters, a lot of the time, are explosive. Sometimes literally in the form of Incineroar, sometimes bringing the heat as Charizard, but Ivysaur is scary. Ivysaur terrifies me. Pokemon Trainer in general, I'm not going to say he cheats, but sometimes it feels like the fact that he can adapt to literally any matchup in the game is terrifying. So you were asking about characters to get rid of? That could be one of them.
Well, I think it's time for our saucy predictions for this matchup. You could already read my face. You know I'm going down a ranch, maybe Pokemon, maybe some barnyard animals about to make this an absolute bonanza, or at least it's about to get down and dirty in the stables. I think this is going to be an absolute grimy time, and ranch is a signifier of that one.
Well, I think because we've talked about explosive play and we've talked about how my favorite characters are all very explosive, I'm going with the Spicy Buffalo because you got to play a little spicy to win some Smash Bros.
Tixa?
You know, I'm taking one out of your book. Hot mustard.
Hot
We're
mustard.
going for it. We're going for it because I do think this game's going to be hot. You know, Northwood, you mentioned inconsistent, but possibly hot, possibly not. Who knows? Winthrop, maybe a little bit more consistent, going to burn through the bracket. So I think it's going to be a hot one. I got to say, I enjoy this question mark of a sauce.
Yeah, but these two teams, I would say Smash is a game where there is not many clear favorites. I mean, obviously, we think Fisher, who has been dominant for so long, is probably going to take it. But this is the first time where I've looked at a bracket and been completely unsure. So I'm going with Tangy Barbecue because this is the main course. Both of these teams, Northwood has already demonstrated that they have what it takes to take down the #1 seed. And Winthrop, well, they're coming up on their heels. They are coming very close. So both of these teams, serious contenders. This could be a main course event, and that's why barbecue, because, you know, that's the filling part of the meal.
A main course event. Well, let's feast our eyes upon the teams here on the stage as we head over to the stage for the player walkout.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in Group D of competition for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, please welcome the starting lineups. As the 4 seed, please welcome Winthrop University. CJ Frozen, No Tag, Lunadachi, Tips. And their opponents, the 5 seed, Northwood University. Sensational, SGP, Koppel, Frostbite. Now, welcome back to the stage to facilitate the pre-match showdown, your host, Paulie Hype.
Woo! Let's go! All right. We are here. Welcome back to the CECC. We have a very special matchup next. We have the 4 seed in Winthrop going against the 5th seed in Northwood. Please, representatives, come out to front of stage. All right. You ready? Give me your hand. All right. Give me your hand. All right. Settle down now. All right. All right. So coming up next, any last words to say to your competitor?
Good luck.
Respectable. Respectable. I like that.
We're always going to be friends after this.
All right, well, step back to your stations. We got to turn up the trash talk if that's the way it's going to go the whole day. But it'll get going. I'm just kidding. It'll get going as the day goes on. All right, good luck, teams. Get in your battle stations, and let's get ready for some Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup.
Oh my goodness. Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Welcome back to the CECC. We're going to be coming to you guys live from here in Arlington, Texas with some exciting Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I'm excited to be able to present it to you guys. Hope all of you have been well. I am Dara, joined by the one and only incredible, lovely Sai. How you doing today, friend?
I am doing fantastic. I am so happy to be down here for CECC 2023 May Madness, presented by McDonald's, North Texas specifically. But all that aside, I'm feeling amazing. I'm actually really excited to see this crew battle because I'm familiar with players on both sides here. The team with Copel and Soken Pop, they're actually from the Midwest, so like I've seen them before. I've seen them in a crew battle setting before. Players of note that I'm excited to see: So Good Pop, easily one of the best Wii Fit trainers in the business, like probably like top 3, I would say. Copel, same camp, like one of the best K-Rule players, I'd say, also top 3. So there's some really good players there. And then I saw Sensational, which is a fantastic throwback. I remember meeting him back in like Smash 4 days. Really good Captain Falcon player. So a lot of good stuff happening with that team. And then you're aware of you said No Tag, right?
Yes, No Tag, the Mario player. That's like immediately the player that jumped out to me. But that is not the player that we will be seeing coming up first. I believe we're going to be starting off with SGP going up against Luna. So you mentioned it before, SGP, fantastic Wii Fit trainer. Luna, if I am not mistaken, that is a Bayonetta. There's a lot of Bayonettas out there named Luna. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that is common, actually. It's really common.
It's fairly common out there. So Luna is indeed the Bayonetta, as we have found out. We're just going to be waiting for them to jump on into the match. This is a really interesting matchup, and one that I actually got to see recently in the form of Bugs versus John Numbers back in New York. She switched over to Bayonetta for specifically the Wii Fit matchup. Bayonetta is somebody that can uniquely go off stage, go so deep against Wii Fit trainer, and just say, hey, you know how you want to go out there with deep breathing? You know how you want to be able to charge up that sun salutation? Bayonetta can make that so difficult for Wii Fit trainer. So it is going to be interesting to see how SGP plays around that.
Yeah, that's going to be huge because like that's definitely Wii Fit's comfort zone. Like not only are they it's almost hard to explain how good they are off stage because the recovery seems so like mundane, but like they're very good in that position and they get a lot of really easy kills from people trying to go out there being like, oh, you're planking, maybe I can get like a free down air or like I can get like a whatever. And like Wii Fit trainer can steal stocks in that position super easily. So this is going to be really interesting to see how So Good Pop handles that. Now when it comes to on stage, I would give probably the edge to Bayonetta. I feel like at center stage I would be seeing her getting a lot of big punishes with like ABK, which side of shield is going to be really strong. So So Good Pop's definitely got a fight cut out for him. But so far, it's looking pretty even. It seems like So Good Pop is committed to kind of hanging out the corner, kind of zoning a little bit with those soccer balls. But, ooh, Luna is racking up the damage fast.
Oh, yeah. Damage right about now, like looking super even. Oh, this is going to be a little bit difficult, right? Coming back onto the stage. You have to avoid header. It can really deny so many resources from Bayonetta.
By the way, so that punish we just saw right there, Bayonetta's ABK is something that she definitely like lives and dies by, but So Good Pop being able to get a parry into the sweet spot deep breathing up smash is a huge punish. Like she really needs that as a neutral tool to like get a lot of her combo game started and her pressure, but getting a kill for it is very good for So Good Pop. Also, he's only at about 90%, so he's still going to be in here for a while. He should be able to maybe even heal up a little bit if he gets some time, but right now Luna already nearly being lapped in percent and not able to finish that combo either. So So Good Pop is in a really good spot, and with deep breathing on, Bayonetta's not very heavy. Wii Fit trainer has
extremely slept on kill power. Like some of the scariest knockback in the game.
When you have deep breathing on deck, anything can just about take that stock. Right? You can get an F tilt off the side of a stage at 130%. You can get that F tilt, the one with the deceptively large hitbox, both in front and behind it. Everything that WeFit does, she is a walking hitbox, and So Good Pop is looking so good right now. Luna already on the last stock, but this foiler not going to be able to do it quite yet. So Good Pop still going to be alive, still getting so much extra credit out of this first stock.
Yes, and with deep breathing back on, Luna at 93%. One mistake will take the stock, but up tilt to back. No! Luna goes for the up air instead. That could have possibly been a kill. I'm not sure if maybe the rage.
That felt like a misinput.
It seemed like a misinput, yeah. That jab from center stage, still not going to do it. If he can find his way back to the stage, he can take the stock, but getting the gratata off stage is going to finally take that first stock off So Good Pop. But he's done incredible work so far.
Yeah, So Good Pop right now. If I'm So Good Pop, I'm chilling. I'm a little bit comfy, right? Luna trying to get something going with the Witch Twist. Not going to be able to convert it into anything too huge quite yet. Looking for that Witch Twist again, but So Good Pop knows how to time those landing aerials on shield, making sure that nothing is too unsafe, forcing out one of those dodges. So Good Pop just going to be keeping Luna stuck in the ledge and catching the jump with the foiler already opening off so confidently for Northwood.
Yes, Northwood did fantastic. There's so many key elements that like just set that up and amazing for So Good Pop. So one of the big things we saw, ABKs were getting punished like crazy. Where Bayonetta's feel comfortable is like going a little bit above your shield, seeing how you react and trying to get punishes there. We saw parries into sweet spot up smash. We saw that deep breathing forward air closing out that stock. So ABKs and jumps were getting punished insanely. We also saw a lot of free offstage damage from So Good Pop with those sun salutations and the soccer balls. So Bayonetta, in a rare situation, wasn't able to like recover comfortably. So it definitely seemed like Luna was on like a lot of shaky ground trying to figure out A, the matchup, and B, the neutral tools that do work in this matchup. And I think So Good Pop just nailed it. I think So Good Pop had a lot of their homework done and really crushed that first game.
I feel like everybody needs to lose a game to WeFit until you're like, oh, wait a second, that's how I play this matchup again. WeFit is like such a specific matchup when you compare it to like a lot of the casts when it comes to like the times that you want to go in, the sort of like options that you want to avoid. But right now, if I'm So Good Pop, I'm feeling pretty good. I only lost a single stock in this crew battle format. I'm going to be going on forward, and I believe I did just see No Tag sit down, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and if I recall correctly, No Tag is a very strong Mario player from the East Coast, right? Pretty sure. Or maybe MDVA, I'm not 100% sure, but
somewhere out there.
Really good Mario either way. Now, Mario, this could be a character I could see giving So Good Pop some trouble if they're able to get in. Like, once Mario gets a grab, I could see a lot of big combos coming from there. That's an area I thought that So Good Pop was struggling against Luna, but Luna was just kind of getting strays, not big combos. Mario, those combos are a lot more guaranteed. They're a lot easier to land as well. So Good Pop is going to have to be really careful planking at the ledge. Now, with that said, I don't, off the top of my head, know any like huge punishes that No Tag has for So Good Pop being off stage outside of literally just forward air, maybe a dash attack here or there.
Little fireball on occasion just to say, hey, you know what? You can't take too much time off stage. But there is, I believe, a really important tool in this matchup, and that's going to be Flood. Mario's down B in this specific matchup is just going to completely invalidate any sort of really deep breathing stalls because that can immediately result in a stock, or WeFit might be so deep off stage that it could result in a very exploitable and linear recovery. So if I am So Good Pop going into this matchup, I'm going to be just like, trying to get back onto stage a little bit faster, but I do believe from what we saw in game one, So Good Pop, he was like getting all up in Luna's face, just pretty aggressive, just always out there, always getting like the big damage stuff out. So maybe not that sort of like stereotypical WeFit like passive gameplay.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Because funny you mentioned that. I remember that clip that went viral of Dill. I think Dill was like charging gyro and just got like flooded. It was Squirtle Flood, but same thing. Just like water gun, just straight into the blast zone for stalling off stage, and everyone. Dill, the Pokemon trainer, everyone on Twitter, we were all just like, I didn't know how dangerous that was. So yeah, even if the Flood doesn't like outright kill WeFit trainer, that's definitely not a comfortable position.
It just still pushes her back far enough just to be like, hey, I don't know what you're doing out there, buddy, but whatever you're cooking, stop it. Turn it off. So it is indeed going to be No Tag going up against So Good Pop, who's now going to have to forfeit one of those stocks, so one of them will deplete in a second, right?
soon as So Good Pop feels ready. I'm not sure if maybe they're doing a button check, maybe they didn't agree to Yoshi's Island. Not 100% sure, but either way, So Good Pop is going to be coming into this with 2 stocks versus no tags 3. Now, Yoshi's Island is a crazy counter pick. I'm pretty sure in crew battle rules, your opponent just gets to counter pick you straight up. So this stage is
good for no
incredibly
tag.
good for Mario.
Yeah, it's Mario. He's going to get a lot of up airs. He's going to get a lot of funny little, ladders and combos all the way up. So you just really got to make sure that you know how to alternate UDI and SDI. Make sure that you never, just making it as difficult as possible for Mario to combo you. But you see no tag rushing up there, charging up that flood. So Good Pop already going to be stuck at the ledge here, and no tag putting on a hefty 33, and he wanted that reset. He wanted that neutral into maybe a 4.
Ooh! Okay. Jump. Yo, no tag came to play. No tag is taking no damage.
Look at that flood.
That's exactly what we were saying. It flooded off from the blast zone, making it incredibly uncomfortable for So Good Pop to make it back to the stage. Finally lands a straight hit with just get up attack. But this stage layout is very dangerous. This is really, really rough for So Good Pop. He's got to find something quick.
Yo, no tag is calling out these jumps. That was such a good reset, but no tag maybe not reacting in time, not able to pop out the correct option, but it does not matter. No tag tries to jump out there, going to be immediately halted by that sun salutation. Beautiful ledge trump with the side B into the back air. So Good Pop still going to be able to make it onto the stage, and I love that no tag is respecting those drop down double jump headers. Those are so deceptively safe on shield, but bad DI on the back air is going to result in that second stock gone for So Good Pop.
Yeah, no tag eating things up immediately, and again, taking full advantage of the stage here. We saw earlier we were trying to get those nair resets into the forward air spikes. So not only can I see Mario getting really early kills in the corner where Wii Fit wants to be, but this exact interaction is what I'm afraid of. Looking for those air dodges. So Good Pop not going to give it to him. Just going to be really patient in that moment, but got to come back. No jump necessarily here, and we've seen some pretty good offstage pressure from no tag as well. So this is looking like a really tough one.
What an anti-air there in the form of Wii Fit's up tilt. And again, those panic directional air dodges. So Good Pop popped out another one of those, and no tag just sat there and waited and said, hey, I don't know where you're dodging towards, but I'm still going to be able to punish it. Not going to lie, that was just kind of no tag doing Mario stuff on Yoshi's, and So Good Pop was like really struggling, especially like in disadvantage. No tag was looking good. No tag found all of the openings that he wanted to.
Like, what I love is that no tag could have had combos where, like, if he just tried to force it to make it happen, he could have maybe got a down air, could have maybe got an up B. But we saw 3 different interactions where he was waiting for So Good Pop to give it that air dodge. And then on that last stock, things start to get dicey. You know, you're up at the top blast zone, off the top platform, you're scared, and then you finally do that air dodge, and you can see no tag is like, oh, that's what I wanted, and now you're immediately dead for it.
The only thing more frustrating than just getting like infinite Mario comboed is for Mario just to wait there, and then you just directional air dodge, and then you're just like stuck, and you're like, wow, I feel a little bit silly right now. I feel a little bit silly as I have to descend, completely incapable of pressing another option. Then you get hit with something even harder.
Way
no
worse.
Tags resets, just super, super solid.
And that's something that Mario's just so good at, because he's a character that can like frame trap you in the air really well. Because if he does something like up air and like force you to burn your air dodge, there's no lag on that. He's just going to go for that down air. He might go for that up B, you know, anything that it takes. So I definitely think that stage layout helped a lot. We do have our stocks even now, so Northwood and Winthrop are going to be even. But we have Frostbite coming in as Roy. I do remember that Frostbite is a very strong Roy player. So we have ourselves an even matchup here. I feel like Mario against the Swordies is probably about evenish, maybe.
Yeah, it's like this is an interesting matchup. I feel like it kind of goes like either way. Nobody's like, yeah, I confidently like win this one. They're both obviously going to be looking for those big like damage openings, right? So what does Mario want? He wants to get a funny little down throw, right? He maybe wants to get like that super like juicy like falling up hitbox. Roy, any falling hitbox that he has, perhaps a neutral, perhaps a forwarder, anything can combo with Roy. So they're just going to be looking for like that one huge opening, and that's going to be like 50 guaranteed damage each time.
I think both these characters are also very, very explosive to the ledge. We've seen Roy get criminally early stocks when it comes to like sweet spot side B, or also like those jairs around like this 70, 85-ish kind of area. Meanwhile, Mario getting those the fireball reset was fire. No Tag is playing amazing right now. That was incredible situational awareness, and Frostbite better get ready because No Tag is playing flawlessly.
That was kind of cute. That was a cute option to go for. I really respect No Tag for going for that. If he landed it, that would have been the clip. But alas, not going to be able to get it today. Right now, just looking for a way to continue this disadvantage, but Frostbite coming back on with that dash back pivot grab to be able to catch No Tag's landing.
That's what I was talking about, those side Bs in the corner. He was right on the roll away, but it was just off on the spacing. Wasn't able to find it. And once again, No Tag sniffing out those air dodges, was able to find that sweet spot back here and get that first stock. Only about 80%.
That was a forward throw to a dash attack. I don't know what I just saw.
Yeah, I have no other words for it other than exactly what just happened on the screen. But right now, No Tag needs to find a way to be able to escape the ledge, escape the corner, is able to do so successfully and transition this into his own advantage and his own combo. Frostbite is bleeding.
Yeah, he's bleeding bad. And also, we see No Tag has already taken 3 stocks from the Winthrop team by himself, doing fantastic. And still, he's doing a great job of just either hanging out in center stage and being very patient when he does have to make it back to the middle from this pressure from Frostbite in the corner. Like, you're going to see a lot of waiting.
Oh, no.
See that right there?
The misinputted ledge trump. Frostbite wanted to get in there, wanted to maybe get like a ledge trump back in, but it does not matter because the Jug is still going to be able to come out, still going to be able to take out No Tag's first stock that he has been able to get so much mileage out of already. And now there it is. The falling neutral.
The dare!
He got it. That's all it takes sometimes. That's beautiful.
Honestly, that was the exchange I expected to see from No Tag, but of all the things in Roy's toolkit, I didn't think about that. But that was a great wait on that drift in for that down air. Totally turned the tide around, got No Tag under a lot of pressure. No Tag, I feel like he plays really strong when he's like playing it slow. He's got the opponent like just kind of like waiting for decisions. But right now he's getting rushed down by Frostbite.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No Tag has just been kept at disadvantage for so long, has taken so many hits. That's going to be an F-throw for a bit of stage control. That was not a good trade for Frostbite because Frostbite went in a little bit too aggressively, did a double jump forward, ended up just getting sent further off stage without any resources. So now 75-0. Mario needs a really huge opening to be able to get something going. Frostbite went for the 50-50, either to the platform or dropped down below after whiffing the up B, and No Tag just guessed incorrectly.
Yeah, so here we have stocks even, and as I was saying earlier, both of these teams are very— oh my God, the read! No! Frostbite coming in with the hardest read ever. One of the things that really stinks about that is, like, at low level you see it off and you're like, oh, I know they're going for this. At mid level you're never gonna see it. At high level it's like, hey, did you remember that this day one thing is a thing? Because if you don't, I'm gonna matchup check you real quick and take your stock mad early. That was incredible good play from
It all
Frostbite.
comes full circle.
Yes.
You know, you just at some point you're like, yeah, you know what, I'm going to pop out this option. If you neutral, get up and you shield, congratulations, buddy. Your shield is broken. If you roll in, I can turn around and still hit you with it. Get up attack. You know what? Sure, if you think it's actually going to be long enough to actually reach me. That is just a very uncomfortable position to be in, especially when you're on your last stock and it's not something that the opponent has established that he's going to do before.
That was an insane read from Frostbite. Good stuff to both players. Like, No Tag was doing so well, but Frostbite got so much momentum with that dare, and I think he just really just kind of kept that steam rolling.
Yeah.
Because, like, that neutral B doesn't happen unless you are in your opponent's head, unless you are actively taking all the momentum and you're in complete control. All that aside, we do still have 7 stocks to 6, so the match is even, and I could definitely see this going down to the wire because both teams are so strong, but this has been a really fantastic start to the bracket. I am so excited to watch this right now.
Yeah, this is actually, to me, this is really exciting because I feel like with a lot of Super Smash Bros. Crew battles, especially a little bit earlier into the bracket, those go by fast. If you have a higher seed against a lower seed, that's like, okay, you know what, you got a top player, he's just going to be able to anchor the team all the way through. In this case, we have a difference of like 1 seed placement, and I feel like this match already is just showing that off. It's going really back and forth already, like some of the best players have been knocked out, being So Good Pop and No Tag, so I am curious to see the rest of this crew battle.
Yeah, I'm really excited here, and honestly, the momentum with Frostbite was riding right there. I think if he like plays it really carefully, I could definitely see himself taking 1 stock, maybe another one, but we're actually going to be running ourselves an honest one here. It looks like we have Lucina versus Roy. These are both fantastic characters.
One. Tell me more about that. Tell me about how Lucina's honest side.
Honest compared to what's happening with the character, you know. This isn't Kazuya. This is like, let me not say honest, because I am a person that very much suffers from Lucina, but I will say
so do I.
This is a Fundies character, if nothing else. It's a simple Fundies character, not really any bad buttons in her toolkit. Honestly, just play a casual spacing game. Her kill power is, again, very slept on, and she's just generally just really solid in most matchups.
That all being said, already Tip's just going to be taking 34% right off the bat. Knocked off stage. Frostbite just heard all that. I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to have any of it whatsoever. Just really hammering down the corner pressure.
Yo? Okay.
That was almost it.
That was almost it. Yeah, if Frostbite jumped in that position right there, totally dead at 32%. But right now, Roy's looking really good. Town and City. Oh, burn that up be a little bit early. This might be it.
Yeah, absolutely. Lucina not going to be able to have like enough air speed to get close enough horizontally without popping out the directional air dodge. And that is ample time for Frostbite to go out there and get that hit. Couple of neutralizers. Do Do not, get off that platform. You got Town and City, and you want to fight a glory. You want nothing to do with that side platform at all. Lucina, get out.
These characters do war crimes on a stage like this. Town and City has a very close horizontal blast zone. Okay, Tip's just going to be able to make it back.
Oh, yeah.
They can kill off the side generally really early. This stage makes it so much worse, but especially those side platforms.
Yeah, it really just allows Goy to cheat sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
There is no better way to say it. So if I'm Lucina, I just want to keep my feet planted on center of the stage. But even then, just Frostbite, just been catching these landings, has been pushing his advantage so well. Already Tip's going to be on the last stock here. Frostbite might be able to get a 3 stock without losing one of their own.
Oh, this could be huge. Okay. Center platform going to save Tips. I definitely thought we were going to see like a huge combo off that whiffed counter. But 50% already here. All the rage on Roy, and they're hanging out in the middle.
Fishing. Frostbite was fishing for the side B on that side platform. Luckily, the Tips was able to land successfully, able to get a side B of their own, and now just going to be juggling with one up here, just going out with a couple of empty jumps as well, maybe trying to mix up Frostbite.
Oh, no.
But you can't whiff those counters.
No. Okay, see? That when I did Rutgers CECC, I said you do not let swords have Town and City. They're both swords, so it's fine. But that egregious kill is 74%, not even off stage, not even on the side platform. That was fantastic from Frostbite. So if you don't know, the hilt of the sword is, of course, where the sweet spot is. So if Roy gets a read like that, that stock is getting obliterated. Frostbite now definitely going to be the MVP for Northwood because he has already taken 6 stocks.
That's a lot of stocks.
That's a lot of stocks.
That's quite a few, I've got to say. Yeah, honestly, a lot of that just kind of came down to, your big option as like Lucina that's like, hey, if you whiff this, it's going to be a huge opening no matter what, and it's up to the opponent to be able to exploit that as much as possible. I mean, Frostbite just took full advantage of that. You cannot whiff your counters. The times that you're really looking for your counters when you're so confident in somebody mashing out of disadvantage, somebody going for like an untrue combo follow-up. I feel like a lot of those counters from Tips, they were a little bit too far back from even a distance where it could cover an option from Roy. It was a little bit too far back, just sort of left themselves vulnerable.
All right, this is a little bit volatile. So we do have Frozen coming in. I know that's a very, very good Snake player, but Swordies against Snake, it can get really volatile. Snake has a very bad disadvantage. I think people initially panicked, was like, but he has Grenade. It's like, yeah, but if you're patient, it's still pretty bad. Roy can take stocks really early. If Snake is finding himself in disadvantage, we could definitely at least see Frostbite taking one more stock before he has to go down. But this is a full 3 stocks from Frozen, and Frozen is one of the best Snakes in the business very quietly. So I'm excited to get into this.
And you can already see this from like CJ Frozen's like movement, right? Just a couple of reverse grenades, a little bit flashy, moving around the stage, dealing 62%, and now looking for that egregious, unholy up tilt. How are we at 93%? I blinked.
Yeah, Frozen's spacing has been immaculate. We saw Frostbite landing away with up air, which is really, really good for the Swordies. It's a huge combo confirmed. But seeing that get punished by like a well-spaced Snake down tilt is crazy. And as you were talking about, everyone's favorite up tilt in the game, that Snake up tilt, gonna take that stock, only landing at around like 110. No question that character was dead. I do think that Frostbite could have held in a little bit better, could have DI'd it a little bit harder, but yeah, that's gonna do it. So Frozen gonna come in, take that stock, and kind of stop a little bit of the bleeding, but we do have ourselves a 3 stock to a 6 stock crew battle situation.
Yeah, but then again, I still feel like you're not out of the woods yet, right? You're fighting against CJ Frozen. This is somebody that I feel like can actually like really confidently like anchor the team. We can already see just like how comfortable he was like with the movement, just being able to maneuver around the stage, just like able to manipulate space, and then just like has all of the combos on deck already ready to go. That's a brutal opponent to go up against. So I'm curious to see like what else Northwood has in store to deal with him.
Yeah, me too. And I would even say that like Roy is already matchup-wise a pretty solid one. So this is going to be sensational coming in with Captain Falcon. Again, very volatile matchup. If Falcon is able to find his groove and get his momentum, Snake dies very early. There's a lot of situations where if you do force Snake to have to recover low with Cypher, a character like Falcon can easily steal stocks with down air and knee.
Yeah,
What'd you say?
Of course, yeah, nice little stomp, nice little down air. That Cypher is just going to be invalidated. In fact, you can even just extend your hitbox on it, so it is going to definitely be up to Snake in this case, right? You want to go for a lot of high recoveries in this specific matchup. You don't really want to go to ledge too much, which I feel like Snake doesn't usually want to do ever.
Yeah, he doesn't have to, but if he does, he's donezo at this point in the meta. Now, I did see that Seth put in a Sephiroth tag, so I don't know if Seth is going to, instead of playing Falcon, play Sephiroth. Oh, picking a banger from the Tekken series. Shout outs to y'all. All the Tekken music is fantastic. So I'm not sure if Seth is going Falcon or Sephiroth or if he just likes that name, but both those matchups are honestly pretty solid. So, okay, he is going to be going Falcon. So I think as long as Frozen continues to play passive. It's a cute pun.
Yeah.
As long as Frozen continues to play passive, I think it'll be okay. But any momentum from Seth could be a stock in the blink of an eye.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But then I also feel like, Captain Falcon's like semi-linear recovery can definitely work against him in this matchup when you have to deal with tools like up smash and Nikita and all of the million projectiles that Snake decides to throw at your face off stage. And already CJ Frozen dominating center stage, dealing 41% and just looking for the jump call out with one of these neutralizers, whiffing that up B. But Falcon has so many mix-ups in his drift that he can basically make that safe on whiff.
Criminally underrated when we talk about up Bs out of shield. Falcon's horizontal range on that is ridiculous. Thankfully, Frozen was able to like space around that really well with down tilt. Down tilt, another really good move for spacing. All right, Seth is finding his footing. He got a double up air, and we saw the air dodge come out from Frozen, and that's good matchup knowledge for him because he knows if Frozen panics, that is a free punish. But speaking of panicking, Frozen finding that up tilt when Seth got for that a little bit egregious down air, trying to like catch him on the other platform, and that is going to make this 3 stocks to 5.
Sometimes I forget that you only have one frame of vulnerability after neutral get up because I just saw Seth sit there and jab and none of those connected despite having the right idea on the ledge option, but that does not matter. CJ Frozen backing off a little bit, grenade in hand, tosses it up smash as well, forcing the jump, and Sethuroff just able to escape the ledge for now.
Yeah, he's cooking, but there it is, the first Cypher of the day. Not going to lead to much. C4's there. I love that trap right there. He landed on C4. He was covering the roll. Almost every option could have been covered from CJ Frozen. Wasn't able to find the punish that he needed, but he's still playing amazing. He's still got control of the center. He's got a ton of rage, so one more up tilt can really start to spell disaster for the Northwood team.
Yeah, nice little dash up shield and into like the up B as well. CJ Frozen definitely fishing for the up tilt. Got it called out a little bit, but still the up B did not result in a stock. That dash attack is going to be able to close it out though. CJ Frozen going to be knocked down to his second stock, but now the question is how is Sensational going to be able to make up so much damage?
Yeah, we're going to need to see a huge combo. We do see, obviously, the bomb on the left side, so of course we can't see him get too greedy, but we're starting to see those combos come in. I love that.
That's Falcon Brain, baby. That is Falcon Brain. You get one stomp, and instead of being like, I'm going to go through the follow-up, I'm going to do it again and again and again. From melee to ultimate, all Falcons think the same.
My favorite part about that interaction was because CJ Frozen had the grenade to the left, Sensational was able to do a trap that Snake normally does and trap him with his own projectile. And excellent teardrop recovery from Sensational to avoid that Nikita. But the up tilt, once again, going to be the difference maker here. And now we see Winthrop really on the close to looking like they're going to get a comeback.
Sometimes I forget that Snake's neutral does as much damage as it does, and then a couple of hits come out, and I was like, that was a little bit more than I was expecting. And Sensational somehow not getting hit by any of those grenades in that entire situation. How do you get this ledge trap? Parrying the Cypher, but then CJ Frozen comes back on with that dash attack, and then...
Unfortunately, the same way every Bayo is going to SD once a set, every Snake is going to blow himself up. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to get that double jump and C4'd himself. So 1 stock left for all of the Winthrop side. Still 4 stocks from Northwood. Seth has to take this stock right now and play completely, Frozen has to play perfectly from here to stay alive in this battle. Oh, nice.
And all of that entire situation, that entire disadvantage was all because Sethuroff kind of misjudged the distance or maybe the timing on that down air. He came on and he was like, I really want to get the stomp. I really want to get this down air off. And then the Nikita still ended up hitting him afterwards after he was stuck in all of that hit lag from hitting Snake. It was a little bit greedy. He ended up eating the Nikita and then getting put into disadvantage. Being sent off stage was just a sitting duck for, you know what, you can make it back once or twice with enough recovery mix-ups with up B. But then CJ Frozen, you guessed right once. That's all that you need to actually close out that stock. So CJ Frozen played that super well. Definitely the player that I'm like, yeah, this guy can take 3 stocks. This is somebody who is absolutely capable of it. It's going to be a lot of work, but this is still really doable for both schools.
It is definitely doable for both schools. Now, coming in against Frozen, I see Kopel, as I said earlier, one of the best K rules in the business. So let's talk about survivability. Frozen was doing an amazing job there. We saw Frozen live to nearly 200% of that first stock. It is 1 stock to 3. Frozen has to take 3 K-roll stocks, which, of course, you can rack up that damage quickly. I can see Nikita being a huge problem for K-roll's recovery. It's almost laughably one of the hardest recoveries to make as K-roll because Nikita just stops everything out. But he is a very heavy character, and it is very easy for K-roll to sneak a stock out.
Sometimes he just gets a stock.
He just gets one, yeah.
Sometimes, the heavyweight, the super heavy, the grappler, they get that one funny little lead, and you're like, I just lost my stock at 70%, and I just have to hold that.
Just got to hold that L. Especially, down throw is a huge difference maker in this matchup. Of course, down throw to up tilt is really good. Neutral air can armor through a whole lot of stuff. Dash attack is very scary. CJ Frozen wants to be able to set up. He wants to be able to have his zone of projectiles and explosions just hang out in there. But K-roll, Crown, pretty good at like counter zoning, honestly. Like it's not like the best projectile in the game, but it's definitely good enough to like take you out of your comfort zone and make you change what you're doing. And honestly, that's most of what you need out of projectile.
It forces you to make a decision.
Yes.
And that is going to be a lot of Copel's just sort of like game plan going into this. Get close enough to Snake where you can force him to do something that's not setting up with other grenades. But Copel just seems to be so comfortable navigating these grenades, using a lot of his own crowns as well. Now just backing off a little bit, that's a King K rule on a platform looking for the downer. He wants nothing good. He wants nothing ethical at all. He wants that downer into an up smasher, something silly.
Yeah, there's so many unique ways K-Rool can kill Snake too. Snake is actually really susceptible to dying to K-Rool copter off the top. There's a lot of positions where Snake's like, oh, I'll just recover high, but K-Rool's like, I triple dog dare you to do that.
Do it, buddy. Yeah, go high.
Like we might see right now? Okay, good patience from Copel. He could have gone for it, but that should, oh my God! Not only was the up throw going to kill anyway, but the grenade giving us the kill sparks to make it even flashier was so sick to watch.
It was unneeded. It was unnecessary, but hey, it looked really cool.
It looked sick. It looked like a Street Fighter like ultimate. That was fantastic. So yeah, that is going to do it for our first match there. I think we saw some really talented players on both sides. I think Frozen did amazing. But Frostbite, I would have to say he was Northwood's MVP because I think he took, what was it, 6 stocks right there?
Yeah, something along those lines. Frostbite played really good. Everybody on that team, they played excellent, honestly. That is a brutal team to go up against. So you have Copel, you have the King K goal. I mean, we really like saw like in his movement, in the way that they were just sort of like dominating space, that is somebody to be reckoned with. Of course, like So Good Pop, like opening off, was also really, really scary. Frostbite as well. Yeah, so honestly, that could have gone either way, but at the end, 3-1 stock differential is a little bit like too much to make up from.
Yeah, that's just a tough day, especially against a heavy like K-Rool, like I said. But Northwood, honestly, not only do they have a team of very strong players, there are some weird matchup checks in there too. And in a crew battle setting, that is perfect. Because if you have 3 stocks to figure out what Wii Fit Trainer does, you're going to lose one of them to something. You know, you're going to get hit with something. You're going to figure out how strong that deep breathing back air is, or even K-Rool. You're going to find out like how good dash attack can be. Or, you know, down smash is going to low profile something. There's so many wacky ways those characters can like steal stocks, and those are matchups that you just can't practice because they're just not very common. So I think Northwood played amazing. I think honestly both teams played fantastic. We saw some really good stuff from No Tag. I would be terrified to fight No Tag in singles. I think his patience is really good. His situational awareness is really good.
I mean, you just saw like how ready he was to like adapt to like So Good Pop's like disadvantage options from the single game, the one game that the two of them had together. The amount of times that he was so confident, just being like, "Hey, I'm gonna wait. Oh, what's that? An air dodge? Oh, buddy, it's over for you." That happened multiple times. But yeah, honestly, this does come back to like, hey, if this is a crew battle format and you only got like 1 game or 2, set play and adaptation is overrated. Go through the gimmicks. Go through the cheese. Go through the funny little stuff. This is what this kind of a format can often entertain a little bit more than traditional singles. But I do believe this is a best of 3 crew battle, isn't it?
Fantastic, even better. And I think one thing that's worth noting, when you go for that crazy stuff, not only are you going to like surprise and get like a stock, it's not a full like 2 out of 3 set, so they don't even have time to adapt to it for later. It only needs to work once because there's only those 3 stocks to take. So I do think Northwood is in a good spot here. Now, for the next rematch, one thing that I think was challenging was Luna going up against So Good Pop. I feel like Bayonetta, pretty solid crew battle character, I would say, honestly. I honestly think that character's top 15, top 20 anyway at this point. But some of that bias because I live in Geist region, so I have been through hell.
You've been put through like the guys, like, you know, everything that Geist throws at you. You're like, wow, I really just got hit by that and I could not play the game. You just got blended.
There's so many things where like I see Bayo get a single hit, I'm like, oh, they're dead. Like I'm just so used to seeing Geist confirm off like everything. So I'm very Bayonetta biased, but
we did not see that same level of advantage state from Luna. It just felt like So Good Pop was never really hit by like those really big openings, especially with the way that So Good Pop like managed landing on shield. It was just like really safe, sitting in shield, never getting hit by like a witch twist out of shield, and just so comfortable in calling out ABK, Bayonetta side B. If you can call it out, fantastic. You have a handle on like a good chunk of that matchup. If you're getting hit by ABKs, Bayonetta's going to get a lot of delicious little combo starters and take you all the way up the top.
Fully agreed. I think at this point, if they do end up having to run it back, I'm not sure if they're going to start off the exact same way. I think you're going to have to do something to get them out of their comfort zone when it comes to just shielding. Even if you don't get like your optimal combo confirms from throws with Bayo, and she has plenty, but if you're not getting exactly what you want, as long as you're making sure that they're uncomfortable with shielding, because like if you're hanging out and shielding, you're just waiting for like either heal side or ABK to punish, and it's not coming, or if it's getting punished and you don't have to worry about it, that's a lot of her game plan. You know what she's going to do? Dash attack you? You don't care
She's
about
gonna
that.
grab. She's gonna
She has
dash
to
up and
grab.
grab, and then they try to figure out like the funny little like, aha, I will read an air dodge after I get like a down throw or something, and then I'm gonna get an up tilt, and then I'm gonna get something. But that is like a lot of like levels of play. You just have to establish that you know the distances to shield, and you have to be cognizant of her openings. You have to be cognizant of not just the options that are the counter play, but the options that you are mixing up between. If you stick just to shielding, you know, every single Bayonetta in the universe will know how to be able to capitalize off of up throws and down throws alike. So it is going to be, of course, So Good Pop, and they will be going up against
A Sephiroth. Okay. Now, this could be really interesting because this is a character that can kind of control space. I feel like Sephiroth maybe won't be off stage with you, but they can make the ledge a nightmare when it comes to moves like, honestly, down smash, even up B, neutral B if you have enough time. So it's another thing where like Wii Fit Trainer can't be like completely comfortable, but I feel like Advantage State is going to be really, really powerful for So Good Pop because Sephiroth definitely struggles against getting out of disadvantage, and Wii Fit has very funky, weird combos. Like we
Speaking
just
of
saw.
a funky weird combo, that was absolutely one of them. That was a down air into an up air, then all of a sudden Luna is at 100%. Please slow this down. Luna just needs to find a way to be able to get into that uncomfortable mid-range with SGP so that, you know, they can start doing Sephiroth things, which is pressure you, threaten always with a forward air, or a back air, or just maybe run up and get like a down throw or something. But So Good Pop is just dominating the neutral, looking for that second hit of the header, forces a low recovery, and the down tilt almost actually connects, but Luna luckily a little bit too far back to the side and avoids the down tilt that would have killed.
Yeah, that was incredibly smart. And the self-passing yourself, the off the easy from So Good Pop, getting that confirmed from the soccer ball was incredible. Now we have a lot of damage coming in. We have a deep breathing Wii Fit going crazy, only at 39%. And so far, So Good Pop is navigating those back airs fantastically. That's the main thing you have to worry about, like saying got a back air range and up air range. Maybe having to worry about side B, but Wii Fit's like positioning when it comes to like hurt box shifting just makes it really hard for Steph to get this stuff going.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like navigating well is kind of like an understatement. SGP has just really not been getting hit by a lot of things altogether. Looking for that grab out of shield. It is ultimate, though, so the likelihood that you'll get that, not very often at all. So right now, SGP locking down the stage again, getting that forward, actually a really good trade, catching that jump. Luna gonna have to go for another low recovery, trying to plank a little bit with Scintilla, waiting, able to neutral, get up, rolls back on, but SGP in the best possible position, a dash back, pivot grab, punish that roll, and Luna has taken so much damage.
Yeah, and still not able to find that stock. I'm actually really shocked that up tilt didn't kill. But the retreating up air is going to do it. That is quietly one of Sephiroth's best moves. Of course, it covers so much space.
It is huge.
It's enormous, and if you know how to like space it properly on the ground, it is a massive threat for your opponent to deal with. Well, all right, we're starting to see some combos come out from Luna. This is looking really good. 56%, hasn't been hit in a while, and we're starting to see them get comfortable, start to space those back airs. But
you didn't even need the second hit. Neutral air 1 or even the second hit of neutral air 2. It does not matter. SGP belligerently able to close it out, but excuse me.
Oh my God, the counter on the Sun Salutation just going to obliterate SGP. SGP was only around like 60-ish%, but the knockback on that was insane. And now we have ourselves a one-stock match. This is already going so much better for the Winthrop team.
In the era of Steves and Kazuya, sometimes you do forget about the rest of the DLC and sometimes how they're able to pop out funny stuff. That is what we in the business call, that specifically, that Scintilla, that is funny stuff.
Yes, the funny business for sure. All right, Luna's been doing a really good job of getting back to the stage. We've seen some unique edge guard attempts from So Good Pop, especially forcing the Sephiroth up B to extend on the soccer ball. That was really smart. We almost saw a huge punish from that at the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
But who is going to get the stock lead and put their team up here? Who is it going to be?
Luna seems so much more comfortable playing in and out of SGP's like immediate threat zones, but that might not matter. Octo slashes back onto the stage, able to dash back, tries to go through the cross-up with the dash attack, but SGP just still able to get an out-of-shield punish. Luna just gently trying to get back into that mid-range, going to be avoiding that grab, doesn't want to land and try to whiff punish it in time. A little bit difficult when you are a floaty to execute on that.
Gotta be careful. I was gonna say that shield was getting low.
And
that shield was getting a little bit too low. And I saw that Luna was trying so hard not to like remind So Good Pop that shield was getting low, started to try to space away, but eventually So Good Pop got in there and just did so much more shield damage, especially with just the last little bit of deep breathing, and that is going to do it for Northwood at the beginning of this, and they're going to go up a stock. But I definitely think Luna played that very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like the Sephiroth a lot more than the Bayonetta, and maybe not just because of the character specifically, but between the two games, right? Between the two that we saw versus the Bayonetta, we simply saw bread and butters, we saw combo starters, we saw Sephiroth of fundamentals, specifically the up throw neutral air forward air. We saw a little bit more comfort playing in front of Wii Fit Trainer, being able to pressure a little bit more with stuff like F-tilt. Luna seemed a lot more comfortable after that first stock was out of the way. We saw Sephiroth stuff, and as a result, So Good Pop already going to be stuck on the last stock here, which is a super different opening than we saw the first crew battle between the two schools.
Yeah, So Good Pop was in complete control. That was a lot more of a nail biter, but honestly, God, I love seeing some really good Smash Bros. And I feel so fortunate.
This is
because,
good Smash Bros.
This is really good Smash Bros. We're seeing a lot of really good situational awareness. We're seeing some great fundamentals. We're seeing some unique matchups. I am honestly just having a blast here.
Yeah, I'm having a phenomenal time. It is a pleasure to be here. But now we will be waiting on this next match. So I believe this is going to be Tips coming in again. Tips going to be on the Lucina going up against SGP. Now, last time around, Tips was going up against Frostbite, and Frostbite was playing super, super well and just simply not letting Tips play the game. So I am curious to see, what more Tips can show off this time around.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Tips couldn't really get a handle on Frostbite's rhythm. We saw some counters that were misplaced.
Yeah.
I think Tips just couldn't figure out when Frostbite was and wasn't going to rush them down. This is a much slower paced matchup theoretically, so this could be a little bit better for Tips. Also, I think the name Tips is hilarious because, of course, any dedicated Swordy main no longer plays Marth, who has a tipper, but you see Tips going in as Lucina because they're just like, yeah, we tried, but...
We gave it a shot.
We gave it a shot.
We made it a
no! Oh, my God.
An attempt we did give it.
So Good Pop just immediately taking the first stock only at 37%. That was a phenomenal play. Going to give Northwood a much bigger lead here.
If I'm So Good Pop, I feel pretty good about that. I'm like, yeah, you know what? At the end of the day, I was able to cheese that stock. And if I'm Tips, I am terrified off stage. I see So Good Pop jump at me like that. I am thinking about that downer, and I am immediately just like, nope, I need to get back on. I need to get back on at all costs.
And this is such a shining example of exactly what we were talking about when those, less meta-traditional characters have that one weird little trick in their bag. I've never seen Wii Fit Trainer do this, neither at Tips, and it doesn't matter because the stock is gone. It's a crew battle format, which from player to player is very unforgiving.
It's a huge wake-up call. That's what it is at the end of the day. You just need to be like, okay, you know what? I got cheese out of that stock. I got to make sure that I'm not wasting my double jump. Got to make sure that I'm looking out for the Wii Fit Trainer on top of me. So Good Pop going to be looking for that same header. Not going to be able to find it, though.
Yeah. Ironically, I expected to see Tips kind of struggling, trying to find hits on So Good Pop while So Good Pop is at the ledge. But honestly, So Good Pop has just been ledge trapping Tips for a long time. That up B out of shield, of course, very fast, immediately invincible, super smart defensive option for Lucina. It's something you always have to get matchup checked on. I remember seeing Proto Bantam at Summit do it 9 times the same match. It was if you're not punishing it, why would you stop doing it?
And now Tips getting a couple big juggles going, right? Good amount of damage. Love that way. Tips has been going for a lot of shields, especially after they land. So Good Pop able to now capitalize on that, going right into the Sun Salutation, but honestly, it didn't KO, so it might not matter at all. Waiting a little bit, mixing up the timing, looking to catch that jump. So Good Pop a little bit too early on it, and Tips made it back on for just a second. Now, you're stuck on the left side of the stage, the header gets sent all the way out there, and Tips able to make it back onto center because So Good Pop just whiffed that dash grab.
I think we need to see Tips find some semblance of control. It feels like, oh, whoa, DI check. DI check right there. Unfortunate stuff for Tips. Was not expecting that back
press a
throw.
Button check, like a double jump,
right?
Or something.
I think what's happening is that Tips is consistently playing the other person's game. You can tell that Tips is just kind of letting Wii Fit get a lot of the spacing going with those headers. We're letting Wii Fit get a lot of shield pressure when, again, we do have up B out of shield, which is a huge get off me button. And Tips just has to find some kind of way to take the stock and stop the bleeding because right now Northwood is looking really good. It's,
Tips just needs anything at this point, right? An F tilt, an up smash, an F smash, just about anything. But you whiff an up B like that at the edge of the stage, and it can be really dangerous. SGP now going to be eating that up tilt, looking for a way to be able to come back down here, stalling again with the header, even if it doesn't pop out a projectile, makes it onto the ledge, drop down double jump header, nice little tricky, unique ledge option, catching that jump. That is a nasty place to be in, and that roll keeps getting caught.
Yeah, Tips finally fighting back to the neutral air, but not able to find the stop.
Oh, no.
Header going to put Tips in a terrible position, finally makes it back. I saw the So Good Pop, was not expecting the roll, but Tips did go for the roll in again, was able to save their life, because otherwise I think they would have died if they just did neutral get up right there. But yeah, So Good Pop taking 5 stocks. Tips finally getting some damage on the board here. this is looking really good for Northwood.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's really good to see like Tips like a little bit more confident than last game, able to get something going, able to get that stock off as well. But I just feel like I don't know, Tips is like getting like called out on like one double jump off stage, or just like maybe one disadvantage option, and then just sort of losing their stock like a little bit sooner than anticipated. And I just feel like you have to figure out how to actually close as Lucina, which can be a little bit difficult. Sometimes you have to like really think about the way that you can pressure somebody with your position as Lucina. She has fairly linear and predictable options.
Yes.
Right? You're thinking like, okay, F tilt, sword swings, I got to sit in shield a little bit more. She can't kill me if I'm going to be sitting in shield. You have to use your movement to bait somebody out of their defensive options. For instance, you're Lucina, dash in, dash out, see what they do. If they go in, hey, you know what? Maybe you can react to that and get something like an upbeat, dash in, dash out, and they jump. Maybe you can go for like a back air at some point. And I feel like Tips could be like a little bit just more fluid in that movement.
Yeah, I think one of the places where Lucina really can shine and start taking those earlier stocks that we saw, ironically enough, is a drop zone back air, and We Fit Trainer is consistently in a position where he should be in danger of that. Like, I saw that Tips was at like 150, and I think So Good Pop had burned his jump was at like 40. I'm like, go off. Go down there and like secure that stock. You're not going to make it back, but there's no button that We Fit can press to like survive. So sometimes you got to make those crazy plays, but yeah, Lucina, she's not going to like necessarily like fully just rush you down. You're right, and that she does get a lot of mileage out of just like conditioning and like fundies. But if So Good Pop was able to just consistently keep spacing with those projectiles, she's not really playing that game. Now this is going to be different. Of course, we do have a battle, a very weird spacing battle when it comes to like Seth and Lucina. If she's able to stay in this space closer, I feel like she can get a lot of mileage. She's going to have to be really careful. But Tips does have only one stock, and we saw that. Oh no, we didn't see the sensational Sephiroth just yet. Last time we saw the Falcon. So I actually don't have any data on what this character is going to play like for him.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. This is getting difficult. Sensational, Sephiroth. My lips are really not able to comprehend this one, man. There's way too many similar consonants and sounds and too many puns. But right now, sensational, looking sensational, getting that up throw and into finally the side B coming into play here, already dealing 50% and able to get that parry, catching the landing. Tips has been just getting...
Jump scare. Jump scare. I thought that down smash was going to do it for sure. All right, there we go. You're starting to see Tips go for those like drop zone fairs and bears. That's where Lucina shines. That's where she steals those
bold to do that against Sephiroth.
You got to know. Like, it's good that they were able to make it back unpunished, but that is one of the scariest positions you can be in against Lucina. Now, in an almost similar battle, that same mid-range is being covered with Sephiroth back air and side B. You have to respect both of them. And if Tips continues to like respect those,
And speaking of good respect, mind you, that was fantastic respect on the Octo Slash. If a Sephiroth is stuck at the ledge, they want one thing only, and that is to plank with their funny little options. So Tip sat there, sat in shield, and then was able to get that F smash as Sensational was coming back onto the stage. That was really good patience and just really good respect of the matchup, really good respect of Sephiroth as a character.
Now, I will say at this point, take your time. Take your time, bestie. That's scary. This is scary. This is a scary situation to be in. The down-angled forward tilt actually sent Lucina at an angle she just couldn't recover from. That's a tough situation to get in, though. Like, normally characters can come back fast and really don't have to deal with that full charge neutral B, but if you are sitting in it, you kind of have to drop from ledge. You can't really jump. You can't roll. You can't get up attack. All that stuff is covered. And I like the Sensational. Not only had all the hitboxes active from that, he also had the forward tilt out just in case the timing was off, and it was just a little bit too much for Tips to bear at that moment.
Such is the tragedy of not playing a fast follower, somebody that just doesn't get back onto stage quickly, because you're like, you know what, even if I theoretically have good recovery options to make it back on, by that time, Sephiroth fully capable of pitching a tent, getting nice and cozy with the fire of his menacing neutral B. Sephiroth is able to set up, and there is truthfully nothing that Lucina can do to prevent Sephiroth from setting up other than just don't get hit off stage. Well, that's it.
All you can really do. That's all you can really do.
But now we're going to be getting back into CJ Frozen, the snake from last time around, who almost clutched it back for the school, but then it ended up being a little bit too late. Now we're going to be seeing him come in a little bit sooner than last time, and I'm just excited to see him have, like, I don't know, a little bit more time to shine.
Exactly. One thing that is going to be tricky here, Sephiroth is very good against Snake. Snake in the air is just, he just really struggles to land against this character because up air and back air just cover so much space all at once. And Snake doesn't have a lot of horizontal momentum. Yeah, he can B reverse C4.
Oh, yeah.
There's some tricksies here and there, but up air covers pretty much everything. So this could be a tough one. Like, I don't think CJ Frozen's going to get to come in as comfortably as we saw earlier.
Yeah, no, not at all. But right now, CJ Frozen just patrolling the ground, setting up a lot of grenades, trying to force sensational, landing, able to space out that down tilt as well, and capitalizing off of that grenade. That was beautiful. Sephiroth stuck in that down tilt animation, ended up hitting the grenade. It still exploded. It still detonated because he didn't pick it up. He was a little bit too far back, and CJ Frozen was in the best place at the best possible time. That was the epitome of situational awareness.
Absolutely. I like the timing on that. Trying to get some extra shield pressure with that up B with the Sephiroth side B lingering around him, but was off on the timing, got tagged by the grenade, and just didn't find the punish that he was looking for. CJ Frozen still looking really good. Oh, but that down smash is going to really take him out of his comfort zone there. But the forward air is going to steal that stock from Sensational, and Frozen is going to turn things around for Winthrop almost immediately. Fantastic play from Frozen.
That was thievery. He stole that.
Oh, my God.
That was not supposed to be a stock, at least not in that fashion. That was not supposed to be his edge guard, and I see him. He looks good about that. Honestly, I would feel pretty good if I hit that forward air as well. That should have been, for all intents and purposes, mind you, Sephiroth's forward air. That should have been the edge guard. That should have been the big, long sword to the face.
Oh, give
but
me
alas,
this replay.
oh, absolutely.
Give me this replay, baby.
I want to see this one more time, please. So first the shoes, stabbed, gone, totally.
Oh my God. And the little
too high
extra
up.
damage with the grenade just dunking you in the head. Like, but you didn't see this coming. I love that play. We were talking about crew battle specials because that situation was Sake wouldn't have been able to cover from that, but like you weren't ready for it, and now that stock is gone. Now the momentum is on the other team's hands.
Such is the tragedy for committing and missing an edge guard, right? Because, you know, Seth did have the right idea. Seth was like, okay, I'm going to be able to get something with my forward, and then just ended up whiffing it a little bit too high. Snake was down a little bit too low, and CJ was right there and was like, oh no, you've whiffed a button in my face. Oh goodness, oh me, oh my. What could I possibly do with this?
Man, you hate to see it happen.
Well,
but
you'd love to see it.
Well,
depending.
I love to see it happen.
Yeah.
I mean, on the receiving end, you hate it because I've killed as early as like 17% with that Snake forward air before. It is.
Do you feel good doing it? How's it feel?
Oh,
How's
it was
feel?
against a Lucas. I have no sympathy. I'm glad it happened to you, and I'll do it again. But Frozen just looking fantastic. So now we're going to have 6 stocks. Again, very even matchup this time.
Oh, yeah.
K-Rule versus Snake, and they're going to have to play fully fair on.
It's going to be the gun back, and this time CJ Frozen has 3 stocks to play with, so the question is, can Kopel still assert the same dominance that he did last time around, or with this extra couple of stocks is CJ Frozen going to be able to showcase a little bit more? Going for all these up throws? Okay, I love these landing options, of course, classic. Grenades and C4, keep yourself safe all the way down to the ground.
Oh, keep yourself safe on the way to the ground. Got it.
Yes.
Sorry. Took me a minute to translate that. I was thinking something different. So that's what I was talking. I called that. I called that last match. I said exactly that happens to Snake in this matchup. Fantastic play from Kopel. I love that he is forcing him in the air.
I wouldn't do that again. If I was CJ Frozen, I would be very discouraged from doing so.
Oh
and listen, as soon as you can discourage Snake from going up high with Cypher, all of a sudden, his most dangerous recovery mix-up is no longer an option.
Kopel is running away with this so quickly. Such early stocks taken for the Winthrop team. Kopel playing amazing. His main MO is to keep Snake off the ground, so whether it is repeated up airs or up throws or just throwing him off stage, either way, he's finding everything he needs right here. CJ Frozen cannot find any momentum here. Kopel at 121%, honestly not even bad. Might even living up to it if he's crazy enough.
Snakes can't fly.
No.
He's trying to, make sure that he is kept in the air as much as possible. Kopel is not letting CJ Frozen on the ground.
Oh, no way! 85%? Crimes are happening from the Northwood team. He is playing this. He played that matchup perfectly. I'm so sorry.
Kopel saw that spike last game and said, hey, what did you just do to my teammate? How did you just get that stock with Foiler? That was not supposed to be yours. So, on that second stock, that Cypher was knocked